You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. DJ Dork Genius.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
And now for my next number, I'd like to return to the classics.
Cause I've been through the struggle, seen it all, so it's only right I gotta stand tall, and it ain't hard to tell. I've been in wars and you can see the scars, felt the pressure doing bids behind them bars, and it ain't hard to tell. Was going crazy staring at them walls, but no matter what they say, I'll never fall, and it ain't hard to tell. That ain't the bottom, gotta give my all, go and get it, push the limits, never stall, and it ain't hard to tell. That pressure known to crush a nigga spirit, anything other than positive, no I ain't trying to hear it. Gotta move around, fearless, ain't a second to wait, and slow motion is better than no motion, keep up the pace, I gotta grind for it, stronger mind for it and persistent. Lungs good, so believe that I'm ready to go the distance, plus a hunger and a drive that some will relate to primal. Keep my head on the swivel, you slipping niggas align. Snakes hide in the bushes, but I'm on to you lanes. When I see them bust their balloon like a carnival game, promise you everything that's hitting sure to come to the light. They'll never cheer for you, but I bet they'll come to the fight. And waiting for your downfall, they hope and pray that you lose. Reverse the roles and they couldn't walk a day in your shoes. But it's cool cause I promise the haters just give me energy. And keep in mind every friend is your potential enemy. For real, cause I've been through the struggle, seen it all, so it's only right I gotta stand tall, and it ain't hard to tell. I've been in wars and you can see the scars, felt the pressure doing bids behind them bars, and it ain't hard to tell. Was going crazy staring at them walls, but no matter what they say, I'll never fall, and it ain't hard to tell. Then seen the bottom, gotta give my all, go and get it, push the limits, never stall, and it ain't hard to tell.
Like cool, I don't have that many friends. Keep knocking, I don't have to let you in. Heard a nigga talk some shit and advice about where I've been, ironically trying to tell me it's sorry, could wash my sins, no way. If it's that easy, then you don't know Dre. Try to crash and leave a mark to seal both y'all fate. But God ain't let me do it, there's a price when you great, shit. Don't wanna die before disposing of hate. He told me life ain't what you saw, but you gave it a run. Got a smile for you as long as you don't leave till you done. Got you reaching. If I'm reaching for what? I'm fucking it up, I guess I have a problem with drugs. I'm always out to survive and soak on mentions of love. Tryna front tough, but really I'm in need of a hug. Or you're so damn done with yourself, you're what you deserve. So go on your inner God, don't feel the need to watch his words. I hope you hear me, cause I'm hearing you. Got my son right here, he can hear it too. Guess I'm mad cause I ain't get to share that beer with you. Yeah, you here in spirit, but I'm learning to be here for you. I love you, nigga.
Had to learn to hurt to heal. No matter how broken I feel, how I feel. Got on nothing. Nikon, zoom in, get me.
Wayne, you been thinking. I've been rolling, I've been sinking, yeah. All feet, no knees. Hey, lay it all on me. Hey, front to the back to your screen. Zoom in, icon, slow down, run back. You on your way, you came done that. You rob me like work just started. I fuck you like you my artist. Next round, let's move, you need more me. Neck back, hair pull, you rain for me. That stroke, those moves, check that Corey. Touch that faster, skip that story.
Thank you, Jack. Higher forces in the beam when I'm jotting a scheme. I can't let you see my soul if you're not with the team. Manifested in my hands, it's not just a dream. Sold it in, but I know that it's not what it seems. Give positions to a pawn and they plot on the king. Too misguided by the wealth and the diamonds it brings. Type to turn to someone else when they got what they need. Never knowing I could drop your regime. Yo, hypnotized by the rims of the car spinning. If that's the vision, you gon' have to put your all in it. Life is naturally challenging, ain't no hard feelings. I just treat it like a mouth and put my balls in it. Lot of fraud niggas spread a false image. Call up the hill and tell him to get the ball spinning. Light a spliffy, we posted up in the car chilling. We gon' make it out the hood, but that's a God willing. It look like I be grinding till it ain't no grind left. Just had to take the moment to perfect the mindset. If life is such a movie, let me get my lines in before my time ends and the lights dim. It look like I be grinding till it ain't no grind left. Just had to take the moment to perfect the mindset. If life is such a movie, let me get my lines in before my time ends and the lights dim. Thank you, Jack.
We got about 2 minutes, 26 seconds before we officially start. We're just getting things rocked in.
Hey baby, I've been missing on you a lot lately, but you got that ooh la la that I like. Plus you say that I'm a D-type. I put it on you whenever you come around, cause when you see me do whatever makes me smile. Ooh, can't nobody do me like you do. Ooh, so hit me whenever you pull up. You bring the green, I got the cups, let me know what's up. Yeah, I know we've been grinding all day, so when we chill, it's a vibe, only we create. I know you're saying that you wanna take it slow, but if you're saying otherwise, then let me know. Pull up, show enough, get what you want. I got that real, do what they want, we gon' take it. Nice and slow, nice and slow, we gon' take it. Nice and slow, nice and slow, we gon'. Nice and slow, nice and slow, we gon' take it. Oh yeah, I just
Could keep going. Y'all know what it is, man.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
We got about 1 minute left before we officially start. All genres are accepted. Be sure to send y'all best, and we rate everything on a 1 to 10 scale. Hit that like button, tag an artist if you think they deserve to be heard. We play one per artist in the free line.
They tryna see when the next one is. Phone filled up with missed calls and messages. Life ain't going how I want it, I can't stress this shit. This just one of my flows, they tryna catch this shit. Nowadays, hoes don't know what affection is. Always bringing my name up, it's a messy shit. You just walk around here like you own this bitch. Playing stupid little games like I don't know shit. Girl, who you playing with? Only call when you need shit. Deep down, you not the bitch I wanna be with. You posted all up on the ground, sending feed pics. It's only taking advantage of who you sleep with. Saying I love you when you know it doesn't mean shit. Should I know how it all works? Should I have seen this? The same game, but you still can't never beat it. But you still gon' tell me I would never be shit. Damn, I'm the same hoe. You the same hoe. And you a lame hoe. I'm the same hoe. Go fuck the fame though. I know you wanted me for my bankroll, bankroll.
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. You're jamming with your jamming.
Dork Genius. Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Autobots, share the stream.
It's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the
alone, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
All right, big freaking salute. Shout out to everybody freaking tapped into that Dorky review show. We literally just started right now, or like 10 minutes ago. We are, hold on, gotta get everything back settled or whatnot, because when we tried to start the live, I had not put all my stuff in or whatnot. But yeah, pretty much we are a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe. Every artist that you hear at the beginning of the show during that countdown, and primarily throughout our live episode, our independent artists, man. So we would like to keep it that way. That means do not send us records on industry beats or records with industry artists. So don't send us that new Drake or Kendrick, or Drake featuring Kendrick, or Kendrick featuring Drake, Kendrick dissing Drake on a Jay-Z beat, as we like to freaking say. Independent music and production, only. All genres are accepted. So if you are in a band, you are able to send yours to the freaking show as well. We do things on a first come first serve basis, and we want to remind you to be patient if you're in that free line, because we are on several platforms at once. Anytime we go live, we're usually on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time, and so like that. I will try to fluctuate in and out of a few other ones. Eventually I wanted to bring Facebook sort of like back with us, and Kick after a while or whatnot, but I wanted to focus on those three. That is also where all of my content you will primarily freaking see, as well as the IG and stuff like that. But big freaking salute. I am your host Nonsense, aka Dork Genius, aka Chris Nonsense, aka your mama's favorite dork, aka your dork for hire, aka El Dorky Corbon, aka Dorkizo Quince, aka your mama's favorite dork, aka your dork for hire, aka we got too many damn names around these here parts or whatnot. But I rap, I produce, I do mix and master. I'm not just some random dude who goes live. We'll play some of my music at some point, just so you guys can hear what I can do as well if y'all are interested. But I want to get you guys in the cusp, so we're gonna go ahead and head in. Shout out to freaking Red, what's freaking popping? Welcome back, welcome back or whatnot. I think you would have, like, I was basically giving you a countdown. I was giving you the countdown to the time that you had to basically speak up and give me a number in the chat at the freaking time, so that you could spin the giveaway wheel then or whatnot. But you disappeared. You were there, and then you said something, and then you disappeared again, and so like that. So we weren't able to do it. Oh no! But yeah, y'all know what's up.
Song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this.
Thank you for the likes. Appreciate the follows.
Actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit. I'm thinking you were high like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's and Mountain still your fries.
And we also do giveaways on the show. We happen to reach at least let me see, 100, 200, and 300 by the end. Try to ride out with us if we do, because you want to be able to spin that wheel. Mi friend. You know what I'm saying? What up, Just TJ? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Give me a second. I just got one more button to hit. Why aren't these close together? Why is this all the way over here? And I have to, no, that's the spin I'm talking about. Let me see if this actually rolls up. Let me freaking free what freaking happened to finish it, motherfucker, man. You know what? You were with the, All right, so
I think I've taken too many drugs and I'm in another universe, and I was trying to get buzzed in the studio and do a verse, but now I'm seeing an image of Coolio on Jupiter. If I was in the hospital, I'd probably want to do the nurse. Out of all 80s movies, I'm watching Ferris Bueller first. I'll walk right up to a bully and be like, homie, do your worst. If you don't got any gas, a freaking Razor scooter works. This one ain't for the kiddies, so Super Steve, you can curse. I'm spaced out and I probably
all right. I'm gonna go ahead and get in the lineup. Share it up if you guys freaking can. Tag an artist who you think deserves to be heard. If you know producers that also, you know what I'm saying, how dope you guys came across, man. Tag them as well. If you know any bands that are independent that they would like to do the show. Yeah, we do music reviews. If you got something, send it in. Do not send anything that's already on the radio. That includes the beat that you're rapping on. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I made a record to that new Drake. No, like we want to hear your actual beat selection when it comes to, you know, original beats and you know, producers and stuff like that. Hold on. Okay, let's go ahead and see who we got first. LB snapping. Let's see what's up, man. Let's see what's up. Let's see what. I always say LB snapping. I be snapping. This is Red, the Beat Bully with 2 times. 1 time, 1 time. 2 time, 2 time. All right, let me. 1 to 10, all feedback is welcome. Y'all send beats, I'm gonna try to freak out a little bit. Ooh. For some reason I feel like that should be louder.
I gotta work with what I got, can't afford to sound better. This is how I shoot shots. For work I move mountains, no time to throw rocks. I appreciate advice, but that's like diagnosing a doc. Exploded, so now we toasting a yacht. This neck is full of carrots like the roast in a pot. I'm hoping I'm not just dreaming to wake up in the cot. The lyrics are gone and nobody even knows that I rock. I probably start crying, sobbing, my face full of snot. No way, I'm too ill cause I done rap since a tot. Show me love, don't tell me that you like it a lot. I'm popping, fresh popcorn, don't touch it, it's hot. No dad sandals, it's only Nikes I rock. I'm bold enough to go and wear the slides with the socks. I'm thinking, out of this world, I was born out the box. And it's a great night to pack, no biggie, I'm Big Papa. Some won't quit fussing, but dad is not bothered. Call me Dan King, cause I wrote this showstopper. You cheddar bobbing, so quit asking who shot you. Call me Undertaker, aka the grave plotter. Straight Sid, full sheets of good blotter. I'm the needle in the hay, no, I'm not father. I'm a no-case gangster, still a straight up G. And every time you claim red, I should charge you a fee. I'm the itch you can't scratch, I'm the marvelous flea. Not a clown at the circus, I'm the biz like Al G. The greatest showman in the world, my own cadence, raw beats. Shout out to New York, I'm golden like old Queens, do it the Aki way. I cook verses like chopped cheese, I'm too valid. I'm really known in these streets, you think I'm whack cause I'm white. Yeah, I'm blacker than you. My dreams darker than Stevie Wonder's everyday view. They ate in front of me, they got me mad about some food. Funny, cause usually I'm the calmest of dudes. They waste the bows, I gotta get this shit on the move. I'll take you, and the rest of your crew. I'm Monsters Inc., they scary, they just calling you boo. And I'm the big shit that still don't stink like a poo. I'm armed and footed, I keep the deuce in the boot. I rap the real beats and I just murder the loot. Take a good look at me, see what I see in myself. Now I could never be afraid, cause I believe in myself. I came hungry, it's hot steaks, watch me eat for my health. A1 sauce and too much season, keep the heat on the belt. I dug graves in advance, don't need Skeeter to help. The only battle that I fight, it's just me and myself. If I was seaweed, they'd still be copping the kelp. Scottish and Irish, you might catch me rocking the kelp.
Alright. 1 to 10, any and all feedback is welcome on that one so far. Again, that was Red the Beat Bully with 2 times. So far, so good. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, my only real criticism was that, you know, at the beginning and end, you know, sort of the sample that's there is, you know, kind of tremendously low in volume, and, you know, kind of makes you kind of want or think that you have to turn it up, you know, a lot more which I think a lot of people will get, you know, blasted with sound, you know what I'm saying, if they end up doing that or whatnot. But once the actual verse and everything, you know, comes in, it you know, settles in, you know, to a proper volume. Just make sure that the intro, you know, does the same. There's also the aspect of you just kind of like rapping straight through this thing, which, you know, we still will welcome. We like when artists, you know, really do records that sort of utilize and show their talent in, you know, bars or storytelling, or, you know, having fun singing, doing whatever it is. But I'll always try to get you guys to think about the true song format of, you know, 3-verse structures, you know, being able to get in there for, you know, more time, and you know, catering to a little bit of a theme or whatnot, right? And then when you have a chorus, it also will allow people to remember your song like 100% or whatnot, right? The ones without it, like, they're the true fans essentially, who, you know, got to hear, you know, your record enough to exactly know, you know, what specific, you know, if it's a freestyle and you did it on a very specific radio station or something like that, like, they'll cater, you know, their thought process, you know, to that. But when it comes to records, I think we need a proper chorus that feeds into the actual title as well, so the branding is on, people know where to find it. Cause my mama ain't gonna know where to find that. You know what I'm saying? I know you didn't make that record for my mama, dog. I know you didn't make that record for my mama. But you do want everyone to like you enough to want to hear everything, right? You know what I'm saying? Anyways, overall, that is a record I would have hopped on, you know what I'm saying, beat-wise as well. There is a loop aspect to that beat. You even said it within the verse, which was, you know, dope or whatnot. Did that make it okay? Probably slightly a little bit more. And I'm usually telling producers to, you know, make sure that it's not just a loop all the way through, right? You want to have parts where you do switch it up. You switch the tone up a little bit. You chop it up, you know, do different things. Maybe find a different sample from the same, different sound from the same sample, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man, you know what I'm saying? And then going in there and adding a little bit as things go on. There's also messing with the drums, the sort of like dropping the drums, you know, out at certain parts, changing certain things, adding a pianist, a guitar player, you know, different things like that will just make a record so much bigger, you know, I think. Anyways, let me see what we got. 6.5, you know what I'm saying? Yes, TJ or whatnot. That he doesn't sound confident, you know, on the mic and stuff like that. And we had, you know what I'm saying? Yo, what up, 2 Fly? You know what I'm saying? Just like the sub, you know, so I'm gonna sip in my song. That's what's up. Welcome, and we shall see. You say, you see me in the email, did you just now send or something like that? Like, listen, if you get a confirmation email back to your email, you sent to the right place. If you did not, resend again. Once again, it is ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
He said it. That's how you know it's true.
Yo, nonsense and Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite.
And do remember we are on all platforms as well. Be patient or keep in the line. We'll get you played immediately.
I'm looking down at a bird's eye view and I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
All right, next up we got YSU Stizzy with Injuries. Let's go put you on in and see what you've got over now. YSU Stizzy with Injuries, and this is a BandLab link. Doesn't seem to be privated or anything, at least right now, so if you like it, let's see what's up.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I've been trying to get inclined with the bigger me. With my pink thoughts shoved in my memory. With myself withering away, I don't get no help. So I keep popping meds for my sanity. I've been cooling in the cut, I got it all on me. I've been trying to make some history. Niggas think shit is sweet. Did 15 honeybees. We gon' rage and give them major injuries. Like a mine has you tripping, going insane. So I pop a Medi just to keep myself at ease. Fucking on blowing every day, trying to take the pain away. Just so I can live lavish with the 20 piece. I ain't gonna lie. Pussy ass niggas said and switching sides. Fuck around me, stay wasting my time. Working trying to get these bands by tonight. Ain't grinding on my life. Couple bands like they French fries.
Two flies that fire emojis on this one. How y'all feeling so far?
I know that I said that I'm okay, but I lied. Driving apple pie. I've been trying to get inclined with the bigger me. With my pink thoughts shoved in my memory. Feel myself withering away, I don't get no help. So I keep popping meds for my sanity. I've been cooling in the cut, I got it all on me. I've been trying to make some history. Niggas think shit is sweet. Did 15 honeybees. We gon' rage and give them major injuries. Like a
we need more harmonization in there, I think.
So I pop a Medi just to keep myself at ease. Fucking all rolling everything. Trying to take the pain away. Just so I can live lavish with the 20 piece.
Yeah, truth is in there. There's a lot of shit, man. I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna do, but I got all this, man. Alright, what do y'all think about that? That was YSU Stizzy with injuries. Alright. Now this one, just a few small freaking things. I know the genre, I know the sound. You're trying to go for that, you know, sort of like Juice WRLD, you know, XXX sort of, you know, sound or whatnot, that influence. I appreciate when any of you guys who do melodic records, you don't like oversaturate certain things with like, you know, a bunch of auto-tune and stuff like that. If you're able to really show just whatever talent you do or don't have, whatever, we still like just hearing a real artist, you know what I'm saying, in general or whatnot. There are parts that can be perfected, like in terms of like the timing, because there were, you know, certain things that might have been slightly faster than the beat just at certain points. It's not you're doing the style where people specifically rap a little bit faster and it's supposed to be, you know, the shit that the people who actually like it wasn't that. It's like you just needing to make sure that you can hear any part where you do go off beat and you need to re-perform those parts. Also, I do want as many of you as possible, right? Even if you guys, you know, kind of piece together your song, right? If you punch in a little too much, that's like every other line or something like that, do make sure that before you finalize whatever song that you have, that you go in and re-record the record. That means that, like, learn it, sit with it for about a week or so, you know, until you can perform it with just the instrumental, then go back in and basically like re-record the song or whatnot. Because if we hear too many punch-ins in any song, the record kind of does feel a little bit disjointed. We're impressed with the lines that an artist can come up with, but when it comes to performance, we need to really feel like they know their shit before they're coming up with the song. And like anytime, you know, an artist, you know, like in the past, an artist really only punched in if they were, you know, again, really having to run out of breath and stuff like that, or if it was going in between the chorus and, you know, that verse or something like that. That's okay. Even Busta Rhymes today does it like very strategically, but will always have like Spliff Star as his hype man to really, you know, fill things out and do it properly. So, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? What's up, Jupiter, man? You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show again. Let me see what we got real quick. I want to see what you guys think. What do you guys think about both the time, the record? I do think also there could be another addition of vocals when it comes to like harmonization, right? That's when you go in and you add layers, but some of those layers are in slightly different tones. You cut them down. They're supposed to be a little bit in the background, maybe even like, you know, filtered, but they help bring another presence to the record other than, you know, just your one main vocal and some ad libs here and there that you know, I heard. Like, again, what would back you up if you had backup singers up there, you know, with you, kind of like helping you bring the actual song, you know what I'm saying, to life and stuff like that. I appreciate the feedback, bro. I really do. And let me see, no problem. And 7 out of freaking 10. Let me see. Fire emoji, stuff like that. Submitted. That's what's up. We should be back in the free line in just a moment, and then I'll check if anybody did send a skip. I don't want you guys waiting if you did. Hold on. Next up, we got Trap Punk Baby with Twilight featuring Kane Forever, man. Let's see what did here, man. Sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. Thank you for the lightning. They don't really have no kind of like, it's electrocuting the
at Wells Fargo,
kind of
we
thing.
get it. You start.
You're like, man, I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that now. You should have never done that. Listen, my brother. What do you say? Said I'm new here. You know what I'm saying? Welcome. There's another artist with your name. You know what? Now there is 2 Jupiters, and you must now fight over the name. Fight. Not just playing. You probably got a different one. Other one is like an R&B singer or whatnot. So, Trap Punk Baby with Twilight. Let's see how this is.
Backstreet boys and we creeping on the back street. I just told her to run me up a check like a check.
Appreciate that.
Diamonds on my wrist dance like I'll say the Cardi B. I'll sit.
No, Jay.
Can't you gon' howl at the moon? We some twilight in the moon. This that twilight new moon. Got a new goon. Chick Stacy tripping on the shroom. Yeah, now she tripping in the room. Now she tripping in the room. Go from $5 a day.
Didn't feel like the song started yet.
10 times 10, 100 blunts, my friend. Gave myself the ultimatum, nigga, when I win. So how the fuck could I lose? Let's not pretend. I couldn't tell with any snakes. My dog's too official. My money piling the safe. Meanwhile, I'm having issues.
What you finna eat?
Nothing beneficial. My new bro, keep a check.
Bring it back a plate.
My brother up in Virginia, in and out of vehicles.
I appreciate the switch up there.
I believed in myself when they did it. Through the struggle, I went independent. I won't lie for what you a ticket. Keep it real to the day that I kick it. 10 days at the crib for suspension. My mama said you never listen.
I know there are gonna be people who probably won't rock with it though too.
I go visit. My dad was in jail, I ain't visit. My cousin pulled up, we go missing. I wake up and I'm sleep in the kitchen. Start my day with an apple or biscuit. Through Atlanta, I ride with a mission. My cousin pulled up, we go missing. I wake up and I'm sleep in the kitchen. Start my day with an apple or biscuit. Through Atlanta, I ride with a mission.
Alright, but about that 1 to 10, you know, feedback is welcome. Trap Punk Baby, Twilight. Alright. What I appreciate about that is within its genre, you know, there are a lot of artists who will go in and they'll be like repetitive, you know, throughout the entire record, right? They'll have, you know, that just same melody, same tone, same flow, and then they never change it up. So when I listen to any of you guys, it doesn't matter what song you have, I cherish and I appreciate when you do have some variation in your record. So that includes tone as well as flow. If you have points, you know, and I always have, like I have I have a blueprint, you know what I'm saying, at times or whatnot, right? Every 2 to 4 or 8 bars, it's like that's that sort of the proper pivot point to sort of like see what else you can do in that next, you know, section or whatnot. You should always look at it like a challenge to actually see what else you can do. The other challenge that I always want, you know, to see how is how far an artist can go in terms of like song length or whatnot. There are a lot of artists who will, you know, tend to do shorter songs around that like 2 minutes or less, you know, sometimes. And I always want you guys to think about music in a different way, because depending on when and where people are hearing your song, there are people who will only ever hear your song one time, right? And so you want to maximize the exposure that you are able to get across the board. If someone's only hearing your song once on, you know, the radio, and if it goes right from your song to a commercial or another artist, you won't be as forgotten because you had enough time within there, right? More time means you can bring a chorus back again. It means you can switch it up even more within a record, or add features that add a nice contrast to the record, right? Female artist, singer or rapper, you know, male, you know, rapper, or, you know, just something a little bit different, you know, within there. I also do want to challenge you guys, like within these genres, you know, I want to see how any of these records would translate into like full live, you know, performances. I'm saying like with live instruments and everything, even when there's like digital sort of like sounds. You know, always try to see like what if you literally had the money to put together your own show, you know, and, you know, do a little quick, you know, tour around, perform all your songs professionally. You'll have a band there, right? What would those records, you know, sound like, you know, in that context or whatnot? It'll always give you something even doper to do, you know, when you do get ready to do that, like, you know, tiny desk kind of situation or whatnot, man. What did you guys freaking think about that, though? Give your thoughts in the building as we get ready and gear up for the next track. As we freaking fear up, freaking for the freaking mother palms, where freaking I freaking bombed and you teared up, freaking you don't. What happened to my phone? There we go. I don't get why this one, like, this one dies overnight, man. I just give you here. I give you here for one day. Nope, you better not. You better not. Yep, you better stay your butt right there. Stay your butt right there. All right, let me see what we got next. What do we have? What and who do we have? Let me see who is next. Ronald. What you sent? What is that? Usomo, you know what I'm saying? You gotta let me know how to pronounce these things. There's your song. What it is, FOMO.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Could be 45 minutes to an hour, depending on what we have.
Never gonna stop. Forget the formalities, fatalities in the flow. My mentality's a catalyst.
All right, I got you next.
Overload. O-O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous, outlandish. I'm out perform the most obscene. O-O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous, outlandish. I'm out perform the most obscene. Overdose on the floor, you know you can't even cope. Some been sleeping, keep creeping. Niggas gonna reap what they sow. Outshine and redefine. I'm leaving business. Some say it's brutal, but I be like, nigga, this is what I know. Step into the danger zone, ranger, you are a bogus. Stranglehold on the game, rearrange your fucking focus. Sun spit weak, so bleak, soak your tears like a lotus. Outgunning an opponent out of hand, I'm ferocious. O-O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous, outlandish, I'm outperform the most obscene. O-O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous, outlandish, I'm outperform the most obscene. Feeling like a punch in the face, straight from the underworld where that darkness find this place. Got a message for the sleepers, the blind, and the deaf. Wake the fuck up before the shadow take what's left. Wake the fuck up, can you feel the ground? The truth is in the sound and it's coming around. Wake the fuck up, the night is young. The fight just begun, ain't no time to run. Ain't no savior here, just a mirror to reflect the lies you believe, the path you select. But I'm here to shatter glass you can see. Wake the fuck up before they make you history. O-O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous outlanders.
We got Who's Bay up next with a skip.
O-S-O-M-O. Yeah, what that mean? Outrageous outlanders.
One song.
See, some of you soft, overhyped, stimulated clones, overwhelmed opponents, only orphan, overgrown, growing. Swallow your pride, wide-eyed, recognize the throne. Original style, nobody's blows like my own. Stand back, I'm about to detonate the verbal landmine. Mind state, criminal, lyrical, third pine, igniting mics, writing bites, leaving MCs blind. Hit a Tik-Tok, boom, realign your whole mind.
I like to beat more like this and dog freaking you about to get hit and like why am I freaking getting beat for freaking you know what if you freaking think that you strong you are not a guy at all but you do want to be Thor and before freaking that boy. I like this beat though. Honestly, I'll be completely honest, man. Beat is dope. Beat is dope. I like your style, but I do feel like a lot of what we were, hearing on this record did feel like it was, freestyled or whatnot, right? If that wasn't the case, then the style that you have when you write is very much, an almost freestyled, kind of a way of putting together a record. And I want to remind artists that, sometimes freestyling doesn't necessarily make the best song because we're literally going off top, right? You know what I'm saying? We're trying to, let our mind be free and see how far we can go, but we don't always say the best lines and things that people want to repeat that we said. The act of freestyling is often better perceived, I think, live, like when you are in the vicinity of the artist and then that you just throwing on a random beat and you trying to see if they're gonna fall off, if they're gonna be able to, sit in there and make a cohesive potential, song. If you can stay on topic and stuff like that, but mostly you'll hear certain things that will feel disjointed here and there at times. There are of course the opposite situations where you hear a lot of punch-ins and things like that where artists do get a small amount of time to think about it, but it'll still feel like they rush themselves through the song. In this case, again, I want to hear what you truly do when you have all the time in the world, right? You know what I'm saying? Lock yourself in a room, sit down, write, think about each line, think about the rhyme pattern that you're going to put forth, whatever kind of flow you would have if you were able to, create one that in sections. Like this beat should incite so many different, situations, from many artists who would, hop on it or whatnot, right? Always remember, you're the first line of defense in any beat that you get on, right? So if it's something really dope, we want to feel like you are a producer's best friend. What does that mean? That means that the artist did so good of a job, the producer almost feels like they should pay the artist to get on the beat, right? Even more, no, actually that's the highest form of damn, you killed my shit. Basically you want them to be honored enough to yep, I produced that, and for people to want you and that producer to do an album together, right? The beat is a little bit better than what you're doing on it, then you're the background and the beat is the main sort of catch or whatnot. And again, like I said, I'm listening to the style and the voice and it's there, but all of the stuff that was said, it didn't make me want to get in there, repeat stuff. I didn't really have that sort of reaction of bars. Oh, he's sliding that, right? What you say, King Tease, man? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm coming for that verse you owe me. You know what I'm saying? Soon. Hey, let's get it and whatnot. Let's get it. I'm still, you already know. And we said, so I got Who's Bay coming up right quick. Let me go ahead and plop this in. Give me up, fucking give me up.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
All right, so Who's Bay with Dying. Rate this one in the chat. 1 to 10. Any and all feedback is welcome.
I don't want to get involved. Cause someone turn on all that lights in here. I bet you I go through it all. Baby, it might appear I just don't want you at all. Think it's kinda clear I'm not the one that you call. Baby girl, I ain't seen you in forever. If you wanna talk, if you wanna find me, baby girl, just write me a letter. I'm getting top the bitch, yeah, I'm still climbing. Yeah, it's all for the better. Put on one jacket, so I'm rocking no black. Yeah, no matter the weather. Yeah, you call me the devil. You said that I did, but I never. I'm at the bank like a teller. Okay, you fucking whoever.
Exactly 10 is good.
I gotta take the munch outside. Anything that you like, something else I can't find. Losing track of my time. Hands out of my face. I hope you remember me when I'm dying. Voices in my head, hear them echo when I'm crying. Hit the blunt one time, I know you want a girl, I'm trying. Telling myself it's fine, fucking up my mind. I got some mileage. I'm glad I tried it. Tell me where my mind is. No, I just can't find it. No, I just can't fight it. You ride it, I like it. Tell me who you styling. You wildin', my sidekick. Hands out of my face. I hope you remember me when I'm dying. Voices in my head, hear them echo when I'm crying. Hit the blunt one time, I know you want a girl, I'm trying. Telling myself it's fine, fucking up my mind. I got some mileage.
Little bit of a vibe, there's another biggest times. I'm getting up on the side. I don't even really know what to do, but I'ma survive. Like when I go on the tide, I'm looking up in my mind, and every time that I'm coming through. All right. Overall, often when you come to the show, you were fine. I appreciate winning artists if they're doing anything melodic, right? If you are going in the higher, tones and you're not monotone, right? I think it serves, most of the records, a little bit better. There will always be certain people who will, sort of frown upon, maybe auto-tune, here and there. But we know the styles, we know the genres, the sounds that, a lot of artists are trying to get in, within there. I think it's a fairly decent record within, its genre or whatnot. Again, it's still also within that time frame, 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I will always want you guys to extend if you can, and then you can do, some kind of, switch up within there. Or of course, we talked about earlier, adding a feature to your record will allow you to have that extra contrast. Again, if you don't have any extra ideas, it'll throw something in there or whatnot. Again, we know the genres, we know the sounds, it's within that. What you also want to do is figure out ways to appeal to those, outside of that. I think it could go further with a kind of a section that's a little bit of like a guitar solo or whatnot, like an electric guitar. You know what I'm saying? Some shit like that, just kind of thrown within, and then like, some actual drums that come out of nowhere. Like if you start thinking Think like Tyler the Creator or Kanye, right? Because they will do records even if there are digital elements throughout the first half of the song. They will still, you know what? Let's go bring some violinist or a trumpet player or a saxophone player or an electric guitarist or some drummers. They'll bring those elements into the record that just, you know, changes the feel. It makes it more professional. And you know, I mean, like, Ye became a force to be reckoned with when it came to that. And again, even if, because some of you guys are, you know, just rappers, right? So you'll find beats and then you'll essentially just, you know, get on them, move on to the next song or whatnot. You can still be a little bit of a producer, right? Think about those other things, right? Just imagine your song with some of those other elements, you know, within. What would they sound like in your head or whatnot? And then try to figure out, you know, someone who could come on, you know, down to the studio and sort of like record what you hear in your head. Or, you know what I'm saying, just like let them go ham and riff and see what they would do as well or whatnot. I think it would always bring stuff in, you know what I'm saying? Two Fly came back. I hear you. But yeah, big salute. What you say? And appreciate you, bro. Yeah, that shit, man. Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. Think about videos and all that good stuff that you can get. Let's go ahead and jump back in the free line.
Please send your records to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com or get ready to die. Ha 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 ha.
Yo, Dork Squad, this is Rick Sanchez telling you to donate 10 flurballs to Cash App $pay a dork to get your song played fast as shit.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Alright, where is, let me see, Lil CK, you said first time using auto-tune, don't judge. Listen, that's what we supposed to do, man. We supposed to completely judge. We are supposed to completely judge and let you know how good or bad it sounds or whatnot. So that way you know if it needs to be, you know, changed, dialed back, more added, whatever the case.
Say the word, no, you get running backwards to my throat hurt. This shit fucking up my lungs. Fancy eating movie slurping me. I told her you the tongue. She like, yeah, I be working it.
I'll tell you that, Roger.
Five shit there, she be twerking it. Just showing me for fun. If I need a closure, baby, would you leave or stay down?
Might be a little loud.
I don't do good shit up and loud and made these niggas lay down. I popped you to the bone, don't wanna lay down. I take your clothes off.
Yeah, we gotta hit that button, man. It is a little bit loud. I wasn't even that mad at the auto-tune. That's the problem. Hey, yay.
Oh, hey.
Okay, as I said, listen, honestly, I don't think I was really, you know, having much of a problem with auto-tune, you know what I'm saying, itself. It's more of the mix, right? The mix of, and like everything is just loud, right? And I love, it feels like that beat should be so much of a banger, something that's truly epic, that'll, you know, set everybody up to want to, you know, get on there or whatnot, right? So I think the beat already, you know, sets you up, you know, to win to a certain extent, but you are, even with the energy that you have and the higher tone, you know, it feels like you and the beat and the choir within, you know, all that, like y'all all competing basically for, you know, attention. And a good mix really is about balance, making sure that you get everything in that right place so everything sounds pleasing to the ear. We want to be able to not feel like everything's kind of just jumbled up in the middle, trying to, you know, it's literally like I'm thinking about a wormhole or a vortex or something like that, where everything just gets sucked right in, you know, to the middle, and it's just all being absorbed by the same thing, and like it feels like that, but like with audio and stuff like that. So get that mix, see if you can you know, do that a little bit right. Come on back to the show, resend it, and then we will sort of like re-react or whatnot. As I said, I didn't have any I wasn't annoyed with what was going on with autotune, and you did get in there in some of the higher tones, like starting off. So, you know, I presume there would probably be something decent, maybe with a live performance. But yeah, Roger P said, very harsh on the ears, holy loud. I was saying. If you do get that Dorky Don't Play That on my show, you are able to send a second record. You do get in the back of the line, but you are able to get that back in if you want to try to send something different or whatnot. You always get one other free chance. You know, if you're like, nah, fuck that, we need to play the whole song of this, I want to hear it. You know, sending a skip will guarantee that we'll go all the way, you know, to the end, and then we'll still say what we want about your song after that. I'm just saying. But, you know, hopefully it would be a little bit better. I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I forgot.
This is the story by the guy named Chris who makes beats. Don't believe me, homie, I made this. I'm on Twitch. What's the recipe for high grade clips? I like Sprite when I got that cherry limeade mix. I'm mighty morphin' like a tiny orphan or a whiny dork. So get behind me, Portland, with high endorphins. Better hide your cordless as I slide this sword into your eye.
Medicine.
Wish you well, medicine.
I wish you well. I wish you well.
You wish me
baby,
well.
I wish you well.
You wish her well.
I wish you well. Looks like you ain't the one for me. Don't care how you mean it, don't wanna hit stories. Talking about the past like you drinking with Nori. That sounded like Megan when she was blaming Tory. Bitch, quit putting game on me. The pain ain't the same from every shorty. I was satisfied, you the one exploring. The feeling's justified when you just ignore me. Girl, I ran out of patience. We done made too many bold statements. You ruined my plans to Las Vegas. Why you always playing in my face? You ain't had shit to say when I found pictures of you both naked. I thought our love sacred. You don't know what it means. Keep searching for another me. I figured out where I wanna be, and I'm living comfortably. I wish you well. I wish you well. Baby, I wish you well. I wish you well. I wish you well. I wish you well. Baby, I wish you well. I wish you well.
We gotta wish it. You just gotta make Phil thinking that she don't wish that you would always do the dishes like this is figure one of those things that wishes, but you don't know what is like happening. But man, wishes that. Let me come over here. I wish you well. All right, so that was again Medicine with Wish You Well. I did feel like, and again, you're a good enough artist to definitely even you know me, I always talk about every artist when it comes to extending their song, but especially when you do a good job with, you know, what we hear. Like, we never rush out of it. You know, if it's a piece of content, you know, simply for you know, again, the short form sort of platforms and stuff like that, like, you can always make short form platform content out of the long form content, right? All you're doing is letting people know that it exists. And, you know, you'll be able to put like, hey, you know, hop on YouTube or Spotify or whatever if you want to hear the full song, and giving them a taste in that. But I don't like when an artist may consider something like that the song, right? Because if you listen to it, it literally sounds like something that would be a hit. We could hear this on the radio. We could have it, you know what I'm saying, everywhere. But it comes and it goes. It's one verse to the chorus. I'm out. I'm always gonna assume in most cases that it is only a, you know, what you would consider like a snippet, you know, and and that there's, you know, another version that could be freaking done. If the beat has only been you know, extended so far, like exactly where it is, and so it faded out, so you just stopped, you know, where it is, like never hesitate to come to you know, someone like me. I can extend any beat for you, whether I make more beat on top of whatever the beat is, or if you need it to be, you know, looped in that right place, you know, professionally, so it doesn't sound like, oh, you just looped it, you know, right there. You know, I appreciate what you guys do. All the words, you know, felt like you know, they're something that would resonate. The clarity of the mix is dope. The chorus itself is catchy. And yeah, man, this is something I feel like people would freaking like or whatnot. What do you guys freaking think? We had 2 Fly within 8 out of 10 fire track. I agree. He said it's unfinished. That's why it's short. Yeah, but that's what I be thinking, man. You know what I'm saying? He said hot off the press. He said just laid it last night. All right, well that makes sense. I always review things without that information in my head, right? So I basically try to imagine, all right, if you were trying to release whatever record we're hearing right now, like on the radio, in commercials, music video, live performances, I always try to think about, okay, what would happen if it was, you know, released just in this current state? Where does it feel like it would be better marketed, right? And like, does it feel like it's ready for that? Mix wise, you know, like you do a good job at, you know, just the standards, just to allow us to see, you know, what you're working with. It doesn't ever feel like it's just like straight off. It doesn't feel like it's straight hot off the press and then like nothing was done. You do at least like a pre, you know, mix and master that still allows it to, you know, be seen in a good way. I just think more songs and stuff like that. You think I want to skip, you know, saying on the road, plus I'm only 14, don't got a job yet, and so like that. Lick it, man. All you gotta do is save your lunch money sometimes. Save your lunch money. You know, you gotta sacrifice for the things that you love. Anytime, like before I even got allowance and all that shit, this gets, and excuse my language, before I got, before I had the ability, to have a job and do things, you know what I'm saying, myself, I would save my lunch money to buy the video games that I wanted, you know what I'm saying? Like outside of, my birthdays that, my mom would get them. But saving my lunch money was that extra way of like, all right, if I had something that I wanted, sacrificing, for, what I'm saying, just this amount of freaking time to save up, get this, and what I'm saying, we're good or whatnot. There's also, if you have music and your parents know, right, just simply let them know like what we do when it comes to like review shows or whatnot, right? It's completely free for artists to submit, and it's just the wait time is the thing, right? So if you have patience, you guys will always get played, but skipping the line will help you get played faster. We'll always play the full song in case there's something that may be wrong with it that'll get us to cut it. You also can get more than one song played in a back-to-back fashion, but we always try to give you as thorough of a review as possible. And just letting them know that you want to invest in your craft and really trying to figure out what it is that you should do to make any songs better, and like vice versa. Also, if you're here during if you happen to be around when we're doing the giveaways on the show,
traveling through space and time, I'm baked and high, my face is smiling cause I ate some kind of grape then signed the papers, vacant line, I hate to find a shade of gray behind your face. If you happen to be here during one of the giveaways, you'll often be able to win free skips, free beats, free mixes and masters, free interviews on the show, and more. So thems is the things. Here, let me hit this button again. Whee!
I think I've taken too many drugs and I'm in another universe. And I was trying to get buzzed in the studio and do a verse, but now I'm seeing an image of Coolio on Jupiter. If I was in the hospital, I'd probably want to do the nurse. Out of all 80s movies, I'm watching Ferris Bueller first. I'll walk right up to a bully and be like, homie, do your worst.
I
If
really
you don't got
wanna
any-
grow up, cause I don't wanna go down.
Yeah.
Someday I'm gonna blow up. They love it how my flow sounds.
Yeah.
You hate on me, but so what? I know you wanna throw down, but I just wanna throw up. Someone give me a bow now. I just wanna be a doodle chillin'.
What up, K. Wills?
With the madness. I just wanna be up on the beach,
Make
up
sure
in the
I'm
white,
following.
chillin' with a bad bitch. I just wanna live up in the city where they hear me and they go bananas.
Yeah.
I just wanna hear the water, and every little girl is dealing
Join
with
the
a
fan
sadness.
club, y'all. Join
I
the
wasn't
fan
nice in
club.
class. I would always like to laugh and always get in trouble from my teachers cause I'm writing raps.
My bad.
Vanilla Ice was trash. I'm never on a righteous path. I throw a diaper at my wife and then get sliced in half.
All right, we got Jay versus the world with Last Dance and Good Luck.
You need people like me.
A lot of you guys are in like similar genres.
You need people like me so you can point your fucking fingers and say that's the bad guy. So, what I make you good?
Let's take a chance. Let's have this dance one time. Take a chance. Let's not waste more time. Let's take a chance. Let's have this dance one time. Take a chance. Let's not waste more time.
Just out of time when I wanted to eat some beans. What a psycho! What just happened? It like switched into a whole nother. What? What is...
I can't dance alone. Don't make me dance alone.
Wow! Mommy, look at the baby!
Let's have this dance. Can you give me a chance? I'm like, let's have this dance. Come on, let's be for real. I'm like, yes, you can dance. She's like, no, I can't dance. Can you give me a chance? Come
What
on,
up, Carolina,
let's be
mate?
for real. This might be our last dance. Can you give us a chance? If this is our last dance, then this cannot be real. This can't be real. Do you care how I feel? Can you give me a dance? Come on, let's be for real.
I am so confused. I don't even know what the heck that I am gonna do. Cause everybody knows I respect a lot of freaking you. Every time that your mama was with and your daddy was. Listen. I'm a little bit confused right here, right? Because that first half did not connect to the second half. You know what I'm saying? That is not at all similar to yesterday's price. It's not today's price. Now listen, that the second half though. I mean, okay, so let's take this slow, right? You know, so let's talk about it.
Need people like me so you that's the bad guy.
So this whole part right here feels like a whole nother song, right? I also despise those sine wave, you know, sort of the scissor wave, whatever that specific sound is called. It is a little bit harsh, you know, on the ears, you know, being that sort of like high pitched. And so you want to put a filter over it, cut it down, like have it a little bit in the back, turn it down a little bit more. Don't have it up there now because it's not necessarily pleasing to the ear, right? When the song really starts to take off is when that second one, and we're like, okay. We're like, what's this? You know, you got good piano riff right there. And then, you know, outside of the freaking soundbite that you threw, outside of like the soundbite that you also threw, you know, within there, right when you start coming in, that was a mistake as well. I would like never put anything in there that's gonna distract people from, you know, you, the main artist or whatnot. And if something else has to be there, make it separate. But you also made, like, that was a snippet before the actual other part, like, really started, right? This comes in. And you're like, all right, let's see where this goes. And then it, like, does that. And you're like, okay, bro, if you don't already start, you know, then it comes back, but then it leaves again. So we don't really know what part of this actual, you know, record is the real song with the call freaking. You said Last Dance, but like, which freaking one do you want people to dance to, my brother? You know what I mean? Like, a little bit more work freaking there, whatnot. You have some melodies, you have ideas. I feel like you just need to really bring this one together. There is no structure. You know, my assumption is it was most likely something you planned to couple with visuals, right? So that way it switches to, you know, different things. It's probably like a little quick montage of scenes of to a short film right along with the songs, you know, within it. I'm still trying to figure that out or whatnot. Yeah, Roger said vocals are drowning. The synth is super harsh, man. I mean, now what I was saying, you know what I'm saying? Not feeling it. Sup, homies? BL back in the cush, man. What up, dog? What up, dog? You know what I'm saying? Two flies at, you know what I'm saying? Backstory, mom keep making me do stuff or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Listen, tell your mom we said hi. She's like, no, sir. Can you calm yourself down? Let's see, where are we at? We're gonna go ahead and jump back in the line up. If you guys do end up sending a skip, let me know. Cause I'm just chilling in the free line right now, man. I'm trying to get y'all playing shit, man. You know what I'm saying? We have AK Hollow with Wish You Know. We gonna see what's up, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Good luck.
Today I looked over my shoulder, hoping you'll be sitting in. I almost felt
100% song of the year. Song of the year. What's the song of the year? Are you asking me what I think the song of the year is? It's always a sample, and then a whole nother artist pops up. Like you vibing to the beat. Caroline, I fly. It was hard thinking of the times that I miss you more, and I thought I would never find it. I think you know, and I tried, baby. I wish you know. Don't slur your words. Say it. Bitch, you shaking that I might have seen a fold. I don't care, let's make it cash. I get plenty more. And I know she mad cause I had to go. I don't wanna do this again, so I let you go. Hell yeah. Trouble ringing bills. Any nigga tail set up trap for Mr. Squill. I take it down like Chris Brown. I'm on these pills in the automobile. She won't let me go, baby. She won't let me live. You can't tell me that you love me and take it from me. It don't really feel like love me. What? We need to know what you say, bro. Everything she said don't mean a thing. Time and time again I told her it mean nothing. Ain't no more damage you could bring. It ain't no more open heart, I kept it cold. It's so flat I know it's hard and my cologne. I'm a teaser bitch, yeah I walk alone. I don't need a bitch, I need time alone. That's what did me wrong, I had to block her phone. Yeah, you did me wrong, baby, not no more. Call me baby, ain't wrong, baby, I'm not gon' fall. All your bitches gone, man, that's not your home. I can tell you green, baby, I can tell you not the one for me, it ain't my thing, baby. I can't tell you I got what you need, I'm not gon' please, baby. Not them niggas, not that one of me, and we naive, baby. So I let you go. It was hard thinking of the times that I miss you more, and I thought I would never find it. I think you know, and I tried, baby. I wish you know, and I tried, baby. I wish you know. Bad bitch, you shaking that I might have seen a fold. I don't care, let's make it cash. I get plenty more, and
that shit go. Hell yeah.
All right. So mostly there's just a few things that need to be done. I think mix wise, but also performance wise, right? I know what y'all do on certain records, and one thing that happens to be a little bit of a pet peeve of mine is when you for no reason decide to jump into a slight mumble rap territory and stuff like that, right? It's just when you just take certain lines that you do and then you just kind of act like you're trying to slightly say it but not really, whatever the line is, right? And the times when it works, I will always give you the secret because it's been done before. But when it works is when you actually say the actual line first, like normally, and then you sort of slur, you repeat it the second time and, slur it or whatnot. That way we know what you say. Otherwise, you kind of are just doing a melody, like you might as well just hum at that freaking point, you know what I'm saying? Because if we can't understand what you said, we can't complete the sentence, right? We try to hear what we try to see the letter you trying to write right now, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden those spaces get redacted. That's what it feels like when you're trying to read a secret freaking document that has been redacted, and there's these whole sections that are just like highlighted out, with like black marker, and you just can't, you get some of it, you get some of the details, and the details that you do get, you're like, okay, you know what I'm saying? This is getting juicy. And then you're like, wait, what happened? And you're like, you can't see it. So like, what do you expect us to do? Especially if, let's say we like a song or stuff like that, right? We happen to know, oh shit, they're gonna be in my area, this weekend or whatnot, right? And you go and you want to sing the song in the crowd, but you don't know the words. So don't throw that. Don't even think about putting the mic out to the crowd, man. Like we ain't gonna know certain parts, unless you make it. So, but that's it. You know what I mean? You would have like facts, man. Facts. You know what I mean? And again, I get a lot of different artists in a lot of different genres, but I also feel like the execution of things, certain artists need to know on that other side how things may come off and are perceived. The people who don't care and won't say anything are those that aren't listening to your record for the lyrics. They're people who, again, they just want to put your shit on for the vibe alone, right? They want the melodies, they want, just the beat with the piano and different things like that in the background, just chilling or whatnot, But I am an artist who comes from that era where like the words were always just as important. What you say on that record is an extension of you, your beliefs, how you feel. And in this era, we do have a lot of artists who will just kind of make songs. Everything you say, you may not even believe, you may not even take certain drugs that you talk about. You're just trying to fit a mold and, a certain criteria, when really, like, that aspect of being yourself and original and trying to make sure that people heard your story, no matter what the type of song was that you were making, but also, that the originality had to be, completely important. Anything that was similar to another artist, was pretty much going to be a no-no. And I do miss that era, because in this era of like just so many artists that try to be, clones of another, artist or two, you guys don't end up having your own identities, right? When people start saying, oh, you remind them immediately of the other artists, it becomes a little bit of a problem or whatnot. You guys should, feel some type of way if, there are too many people that are saying that. And then it should make you want to change, do something a little bit different. Hopefully that will put you on the top. People love that fresh new thing. And if you don't believe me, and even more, if y'all think that people don't listen to like real hip hop still, like why does J. Cole still exist? Why does how was a Norman Sands, able to start popping off? How is a Coast Contra? If these artists, really get out there and try to bring, the realest, rap, the funnest, stuff. Shout out to Token too, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he doesn't get enough, love. He'll drop some of the dopest videos and, songs where he's killing it, throughout. You know what I'm saying? Lots of wordplay, dopeness, and he doesn't get nearly. I don't know who gets less love, him or M. You know what I'm saying, at this point or whatnot. But anyway, did I have a vibe though? That Token is one of my faves for sure.
I sat all alone in my room with a cloud full smoke in my lungs while I'm thinking about you.
Too fly.
The bites cup, I'm smiling, laughing, I'm hollering, pain, but through. Already popped me a 10, but I'm still feeling shitty. I might just go pop me a deuce. Put me a shine, just listen to the shit that I'm saying. You might just find the truth. You understand? Do you wanna go? My mama had told me she with me whenever I'm down or if I'm feeling low. My knees praying God's forgiveness. I don't know if he can anymore. Then the devil so whispering, she said he told me you don't gotta do it no more. Man, fuck all the haters and fuck all the hoes. I told me I wasn't gonna make it. 2 middle fingers and 2 different bitches on both of my shoulders. Which one almost said it? I know I can't listen to God's man bougie, but I don't wanna hear what he's saying. God told me stick to the plan. Don't worry, my brother. I promise your ass gonna make it. She said, why you move like love don't matter? Told her I've been cut too deep. My trust and got a password. And it's money over anything. The other shit don't matter. I don't understand these hoes. My new bitch moving like my head. Bitch, I might smoke this blunt or I might go and cut my wrist. I don't think nobody care cause I've been down
He's
up
like,
on
my mom
head.
is not gonna hear this.
And she saying she in love, but I think she just wanna pick. Hit your fake, go grab my cup and go and take another sip. Bitches want me dead, so fuck it, I might go and take a trip.
Hey boy,
Cause
what'd you
it's better
say?
on the side of paradise that they don't see.
I didn't think it was gonna end so soon. I didn't think it was gonna end so soon. All right, so I'm always remind you guys that you need to attempt as best you can to make like a full song, structure or whatnot, right? I mean, think about what chorus you're gonna have, right? And often, I don't know whether you make the beat or somebody else, but for producers, right? We'll start with that, right? Producers, I need you guys to provide more than that 1 or 2 minutes of beat, because when it comes to certain people who will either buy and download your beats, whatever you provide, sometimes, an artist is going to look at the amount of time that they have and decide what type of record that they're going to do based on that. So if they only have what seems like, enough for a little bit of an intro, first verse, chorus, and then out, that's what people are going to freaking do or whatnot. Not everybody will know how to, loop it, make it longer, extend it. And you at least want to let them know that it exists so they can have that option or whatnot. Because like I said, some artists won't even do a chorus. They'll just go in straight up, rap throughout the record, get in, get out, and then they're on to the next song. I feel like that doesn't always give us the best look at the artists themselves, right? And what they can truly do. It's only a limited amount of time. So I always want you guys to test yourself on making a full song, chorus and everything, getting in there, adding different features for the the variation of energies and sounds and stuff like that. You had a fairly decent energy and certain flows throughout, like I can see where you could go, as you grow and stuff, like that. I agree, not bad for 14. That is, of course, what I do expect for, artists, your age to at least be able to get, within that. But I want to give you a little bit of inspiration right quick, right? Because at 15, hold on. Was it 15 or 16? That little, let me see. So there's an artist who comes to our show as well. When he came, he was like 15 turning 16, or it was either 15 turning 16 or 16 turning 17, right? So he was still on the young side, you know, and you'll be able to tell it in his voice. But look how he raps.
I'm in the mood, I ain't acting cool, always been straight. Mine on the power and money, that's all I intake. They all gon' put on personas so they can get paid. But fuck it, I ain't tripping, bitches always gon' do bitch things. It went from bad to worse to capping verses on the trends. Watching my magic work, this havoc lurking awfully dense. Still I just had to learn to have a turn, they call me a threat. He said he bagging burns, come back and turn, we'll knock him in sense. You just some peons, who the hell y'all gon' talk to, dog? You in the lead wrong, ain't even seen I walk through, dog. Claimed he with it, I peeped him and they seemed all too soft. No falling back on his skidded, cause them words far too long.
Right, he was able to get in there, you know, still rap. And again, I can go through a few more. He is an artist who is able to adapt to any genre, right?
Stay safe from all your questions, I won't sign that dotted line. Really been hardly stepping, don't care if you on your grind. I guess that's part of essence, fuck you cause I gotta shine. I'll give my all to get it, don't care if I'm on the line. Taking a step, just breaking your neck, you already know.
Right.
She said I'm the best when we have sex, I'm just trying to go. I've been feeling blessed, never nothing less, I'm mopping the flow. I came in to flex, so taking a death whenever I'm home.
Right.
She trying to kill my body, down low soon I'll be rich like Roddy.
Wait, a little bit of that.
Build my hobby, different and still to my will ain't a hobby. I want my money, go right up a check. You as a goalie, that's kind of a stretch. I expect you to go pick up the phone whenever it is my time to collect. Like, is you getting the message? Push her back and forth like we playing tennis. I'm money talking, so just give it a second to run up in heaven. Aim at your mother, your brother, your sister, and all the tenants. They gotta be repping. Fucking the cover.
All I'm saying is like there's a way to truly show people that you feel, you know, the beats that you're on, to show people a consistency within there, and to elevate, you know, even more. Like every artist's goal should be trying to, like, at least what I learned in the era of just like everybody is in competition, yet also in a friendly camaraderie or whatnot. You should want every artist to collab with each other because everyone's just, you know, that dope or whatnot, right? And there have been some collabs that didn't necessarily, you know, come out the best or whatnot because I think the production didn't necessarily you know, match up, but then there were times where it did completely. But you know, to see you grow and you know, to see where you go from pretty much, you know, here will be pretty dope or whatnot. That should give you some motivation again at like 15, 16.
Yeah, when you just a kid, ever since I took a dub, I've been focused on the win, praying for the ones above. Just for them, I gotta live. Hope they hearing all the love. Wish I could show them what I did, yeah. So I'ma work until I pass out. A bitch ain't nothing to brag about. You better get your mind right and
like he has that confidence.
Tell me what's the word, cause I'm just trying to flirt. Bad bitch, big body, she the type to break your nerves. You can talk about my name, but can't go on about what I earned. And I'll be stuck up in the game until a motherfucker learns. Just setting up for the worst. Remember when I was hurt?
You know what I'm saying? And Gino said, I'm 20. I am still improving myself. I've been coming to Dorky Review Show, you know, since I was 19 last year, man. Yep. And like, again, I appreciate you still coming and rocking with us and not getting discouraged to completely stop, right? Always figure out, you know, just whatever you might be doing wrong on, you know, records, and really try to go back in and, you know, perfect. We have to go through like many stages, just like as artists, you know, individually. I think the first stage is really just like, you know, like you have to hear yourself on, you know, on different beats, maybe, you know, in a studio recording or however, just hearing yourself on top of a beat on any record, right? That sort of gets you started and really wanting to try to, you know, make music in general. And you kind of experiment with different beats over time. And we go through that phase of kind of rapping to anything, maybe utilizing styles that we've already heard someone else use until we realize, nah, I want people to like my stuff for me. I don't want it to feel like I'm just reminding them of this other artist or a whole nother genre of artists that have already done things. You want them to think about you. And I mean, the best way to really think about that is even with the beats you rap to, right? People should hear you and think about what type beat you would have, right? Don't get on any sort of like pieces of production that do feel like it's way too close to whoever you would end up being influenced by sound wise, because that just puts you closer in that sort of mindset for a lot of people or whatnot. Like, again, we got too many Drakes, too many, you know, Futures, too many this and that, right? Be the next big thing in whatever genre that sort of like, you know, brings it up and makes it look even better. What do you say? Shout out to everyone chasing their dreams. What do you say? You said I read something about the pancake paradox or something like that. You have to make the first pancake shitty to make sure you know how not to make the new pancake. Hey. I think that's perfect. The more records, the more pieces of music that you do, you know, the more that, you know, you'll get that feedback sort of from people, and, you know, you'll want to do things differently the next time, you know, around. Eventually, you will go from rapping to any beat to very specific, you know, things that you like, that you know. I'm telling you, there will be a turning point where you know exactly what beats to rap to that will bring the best version of you out. Appreciate that sub, Detox. You know, that'll bring literally the best version of you out, and you'll feel like it's a match made in heaven. You'll come across songs or beats that you're like, I need to rap on that. It'll inspire you to want to pick up the pen and, you know, really do something, you know, professional on it, and it'll be that upgrade. I feel like every artist goes through that, even including the industry artists, right? We get into this conversation all the time because you guys are able to actually see these things. Think about Lil Wayne, right? When he first started, he was still dope in that early, the early, you know, Cash Money days or whatnot, right? He was the youngest, you know, within, you know, Hot Boys, and just had a sound and a confidence that just, you know, made him, you know, stand out. That was very different. We love Juvenile, we love BG, freaking Turk and everybody, but Wayne just had something different or whatnot. People still like them, but it was when the era when Drake came out and Wayne suddenly changed. He had just something that came over him where how he rapped just was different. The lyrics and what he was talking about, how he was thinking about like metaphors. He was experimenting a little bit more with the production. He was, you know, on more of a hip hop, like, I appreciate the culture. Let me show people, you know, that I can be the best or whatnot. And so he held that moniker, you know what I'm saying, for a bit. But it's very different than that early version, you know, of himself. Busta Rhymes changed up a little bit. Eminem as well, when he goes between sort of like what he does today versus the classic like Slim Shady sort of vibe. And then even before that, he sounded a little bit closer to AZ in the, you know, Infinite album and like the early D12 stuff before Devil's Night. Yeah, no. But over time, man, you hit these upgrades, you change, you figure, I'm gonna write differently, I'm gonna show more appreciation towards these different things. We got Truth up next. We're going back in the free line.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
All right, let's see what we got. Oh, snaps. Freaking Michael Jackson.
Do you remember the time when we fell in?
Don't know why you bring your friends, cause they been high. I try to slow down, keeping my passion.
You could be the doctor and I'm your patient. Tell me if you finna do it. I don't wanna be a friend, I'm tryna make a moment. You say that you love me, but you acting like
Oh,
I'm
for
stupid.
real, man.
Can you let me know what the truth is? I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. Please don't jump the ship when I'm the captain. Racing, I know that you tracking my breaking ball my heart. I think you might be sorry. You know I got Cupid says blown through the roof.
It's actually dope.
Calling me the truth. You know that I run track, but I'm running after you. Remember the time when we fell in love.
Yeah.
Remember the time when we
Good job, sir. Good job.
when we fell in love. You remember the time. We could really run it off. Got us on my side, I'ma put it in this double cup. Show me how to love, 'cause I think I
Jupiter, what you think about this one?
Time I be saying that they been away, but I got my eyes on you. Tell me what we gon' do. You'll never need no proof. Let me put it to you, it's okay. Out here, tell me what you all about. You can tell me something on side of town. Tell the chick to place, we can move around. When we in the room, we don't make a sound. I'ma put my hands on your hips. You been worried about the tea, but I won't take a sip. Tell me, baby, where you wanna go, go, we can do. I got money all around me, we can go take a trip, yeah.
And another thing is how I wanna be there in y'all figure y'all just better figure go and get it in line like people define figure they told you what is happening, but they let it think it's time you just wanna be fine figuring out what. Alright, let me tell you why I said good job, man. Good job. Because often, like I got so many pet peeves on the freaking show, right? You want to go through the list or whatnot. The first three. One is AI. Another one is punching in too much. Another one is freestyling your songs, right? Another one is if you rap on a sampled or instrumental of a record that people know, right? I'm talking about back of their hand. And if it's like Michael Jackson, if it's Beatles, if it's Elvis, if it's freaking Aaliyah, if it, you know what I'm saying? There are certain things where like people are gonna know the moment that they hear a certain sample, right? And I hate when artists just all it is a sample to them. They're not connected to it at all. They don't try to pay homage to the song, so it's not really a remix to them. I'm just rapping to the beat, I'm gonna say random shit, right? I always feel like, man, you have to acknowledge the record because the fans, all right, understand that the fans are the first ones that will champion your record. When I say that, I mean like they will promote the crap out of it. They will play it right next to the original artist and share it and tag that artist in the freaking post and all that kind of freaking stuff. They will champion it if you act like the record is either a legit remix to the original song or at least, you know, something where you're paying homage to that artist, right? So the fact that he got in, still made sure to get in and sing the chorus, you know, kind of himself and stuff like that, like it mattered, right? Because he could also, let me just sample Michael Jackson and have Michael Jackson's original chorus be in there, right? But no, like I appreciate that you kind of make it yours a little bit or whatnot. You do sample some of the original record when it comes to the production. You don't just do the instrumental, right? Which would, like, people would still be okay more or less, but when you add drums on top of it, when you chop it up, when you maybe change the speed, you add a different personality to the record that allows it to be fresh for people. The original can exist and yours at the same time. That even goes for if Michael Jackson was to make a remix to his own stuff. You know, you want each version to stand out, to be different. You don't want to just, let's do the same thing all over again, but now let's add your verse. You know, it kind of, you know, falls apart. But I love when an artist knows, like, oh, snaps, I'm rapping on an Aaliyah beat. Maybe I should make my lyrics resonate to the original song or play around with lyrics that pertain to a lot of Aaliyah hits, you know what I'm saying? Because then the fans, they're gonna notice that stuff. They're going to be like, yo, Tag Timberland. You know what I'm saying? See what he thinks about it. But yeah, I like that. What do you say? He said, can I get the best sample? Well, you said can't get the best sample and flop. Oh yeah, man. Listen. That's the pressure though too. If it's Tupac, if it's again, we went through a few names, but we can go down that line. If it's a big artist or a big brand, right? I always bring it up like Rick and Morty or Walking Dead or something like that. If you sample something that people know, you gotta kill it. Again, first line of defense, right? Keep that in the back of your head every time you go in and make a song, right? First line of defense. I am the first person people are gonna hear on this beat. I have to set the tone so that anybody that comes after me, like, they want to do either just as good or better because I, inspired, that or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Even more, again, I thank you for that, little chorus and stuff like that, because, I would want people to just be reminded of stuff like that. Each matters or whatnot. You said facts, you know what I'm saying? Gotta make it unique and switch it up. You said if you sample something, let me see, you gotta kill it, make it your own, but almost make it your own almost, but pay respects to. Yeah, like that's what we saying, right? Let me see. Good shit, BL also freaking said. Shout out to Detox and Too Fly. We said what happens if you stay until the end of the live? You know what I'm saying? Can you win like prizes and stuff or something? So that's if we get to the giveaways. It's only if we get to the giveaway by the end of the show or whatnot. Oh man, what the? Get out of here. So basically, if we earn up to 100, 200, or 300 by the end of the episode, we'll always guaranteed do a giveaway by the end or whatnot, and you guys will be able to win free skips, free beats, free mixes and masters, interviews, all the goodies and stuff like that. But we do have to get there. It only happens when and if people do skip the line. That helps us do something. So your freestyle hard though, man. Why? Thank you. I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my own shit. I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I remember the shit. Like you surprised. Head to McDonald's. I'm about to steal your fries. Standing outside. Man, you know what I'm saying? That thing bumps too, man. I imagine just like everyone's subs just kind of go crazy with that one as well. Let me see what we got. Jupiter with a second verse.
A second verse to what? What are you showing us?
Let's see. Let me freaking pull back. Let me freaking tell you that I freaking want to tell you that you finna hold that. So what? Freaking all of y'all for come through to the freaking whole show and. All right, let me see what this is. Right here. Shelter. Also, let me see what's up. I think we should be good. Everyone sing along.
You get way too caught up in the rumors, way too caught up in your head. I get your past, left you heartbroken.
This beat
left you stuck thinking in your bed.
I got it.
But I'm real different, I can't admit it. I know that you don't always believe.
He said I'm the second verse.
I got my past and I take full responsibility. Oh, but I wanna tell you. I'm in it for the long run. Yeah, I'm fighting for the love that could last forever. The world is burning down, but I'll hold you like shelter. Won't it's worth it, baby. You're not from this earth to me. Every time that we touch, it feels so heavenly, heavenly. Ain't got no past in this love, got future plans for this love. Ain't gotta worry in this love, you know I put no one above you. You know I only want you, only want you.
All right, what y'all think about that? It always feels good hearing you. Well, better mixes, man. This one felt pretty clean. You know, between you guys, production was interesting as it grew and changed, you know what I'm saying, throughout. Slow yet a little bit of a banger. And I imagine a little bit of a video, for that or whatnot, right? When it comes to R&B, y'all know me, I like slow jams a little bit more than, your upbeat, somewhat, club record, kind of situations, just because, these really show your true, like, singing ability, right? Like, which is what really gets people, in the door or whatnot. The club songs are cool or whatnot. For people who dance, they go to the club, they love to sort of get in there, create routines and things like that. Even make the TikTok, videos, like those, are cool. But I feel like these for you, right, when it comes into like a slow jam, kind of record for an R&B artist, that's the equivalent of when, the rapper goes in with, some dope storytelling. They really get the bars in and when the words, the content, it resonates, with it. And this one is a little bit of a, collab, what I'm saying, duet, if you want to freaking call that. Well, I think it would be more of a duet if you sort of had like a back and forth and, even more ad-libs between both of you. But, what I'm saying, more of a collab situation. Not bad. Though, and again, that was sent in by Jupiter, and he's on our TikTok side.
I was imagining some booty going left and right in slow motion.
Rose 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
There's a lot of prime, rap freaking, I want to prime. Like, y'all don't know what y'all freaking gonna do, but like all the time, I'm whipping it when I'm freaking out, feeling y'all. Let me see, what in... Okay. Let's go. What time is it? It's 7:08. We're making good time. We are making good time, ladies and
gentlemen, boys and girls, the Jippy the Bloopy gang.
Yay! Let me stop. I'm just trying to jump in, make sure we're good. And this is here's Johnny. You came just in time. Hold on. Let's go ahead and load that one up. Close these other windows. It's called Why Is Fire Hot?
Here's Johnny. Here's Johnny. Look. Peace the Lord Mixer. Here's Johnny.
Yo, check it.
Peace the Lord Mixer. Here's Johnny. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better, two Berettas, chew through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The Stu Shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better, two Berettas, chew through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The Stu Shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better, tuba reddish chew through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The stew shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Keep your tongue and tooth separate. Your own word is true leverage. Sharp words leave full severed. You dudes tender, don't feud with the tool bender. Nicer form when I shoot like I hoop better. Pull blows like a soup tester. Funeral view setter. Gather up your people like a group center. Take your place like an occupation Jew settler. It's fucking Johnny. All hail Johnny. Hater get impaled sloppy. Broke every bone in his frail body. Turn beef to stale chop me. Buck jail robberies. A failed mockery. Cat shells for mocking me. Only the kale calms me. Smell homies when blood boils. Built from scratch on tough soil. Hand molded like a mud coil. Cooked dope, no drug foil. Under your skin like a pus boil. Puff oil like a Mike Tyson. Turn the sandy glass like lightning. Sherm slaughter ride on the water like Vikings. Run to catch a bullet like Titans on the Titans. Mirror match with myself, call it Clash of the Titans. Why is fire hot if I'm fly or not? Route the rubber like a tire shop. Contemplating dire thoughts. Knife to a foul rock. Cutting up 2 piles chopped. Cutting up 2 piles chopped. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better.
Shout out to everybody who cutting up 2 pounds chopped, y'all.
Fuck you and whoever. The stew shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better. Tuba reddish chew through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The stew shepherd, create a language out of making new letters. Fuck with Big Johnny, thought a bitch knew better. Do better. Tuba reddish chew through your new leather. Fuck you and whoever. The stew shepherd, create a language out of making new letters.
Alright, big salute, Mr. He's Johnny. We would like to congratulate you. Here's Johnny's one of those rappers that you do want to hear with other combinations of, you know, artists and rappers and whatnot. Like, he gets in there and pretty much kills any and every beat that I have heard, you know, him you know, do. Like, the beat could be crazy, he makes the beat better, right? He is that type of artist, because he'll still figure out a way to get in there, get the bars, you know, in. I feel like he definitely would have still taken the challenge somehow. If y'all remember the when Redman and Method Man tried to do a show like Punk'd, like the prank show, there was a trick they played on Ludacris, saying that they wanted him to get on, you know, a song, and they showed him the beat, and it was one of the craziest beats on the planet. It was this frog, you know, beat that was just like weird. But like, Luda still took on the challenge, right? And he, you know, got in there, still had an actual decent verse to the horrible beat that we knew, you know, what was going on, but he did not. And I feel like it does take a skill to be able to get in there and, you know, make a painting with essentially, you know, 1 pencil and 3 crowns, you know, or something like that. He said, reminds me of Ghostface. Yeah, I can see that. He's had a comparison to Action Bronson, Ghostface. I've said, you know, he has a sound that is very much a missing member of like Griselda, Jedi Mind Tricks, you know, different stuff like that. For sure, he would have been in, you know, Griselda or whatnot. That contrast between everybody, you know what I'm saying, Benny Conway, you know what I'm saying, him and you know what I'm saying, what's his name, like, he'd fit essentially right in. And again, always with the bars, always something different. Never really hear him like repeat himself. And you know, it's very underground hip-hop though, like the stuff that he does like to, you know, make. So it's very authentic to, you know, him. I appreciate that. As well as the beat selection, because it'll always be something that is, you know, very different, very abstract, but you can still tell it's within that that core, you know, hip hop or whatnot. He said the cam froze. That's because I'm enamored with the track. I liked it. Okay. I really like the track. I'm not pro. I'm talking to y'all from my mind. I wanted to test y'all to see. Yeah. Wait, what happened? Help! 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 Hold on, let me fix it. Let me fix it. Hey. Fuck you and you ever. You better eat cheese bacon. At what point did that happen? Oh, man. Oh. Alright, it should be fixed in 5, 4, 3, 2. Alright. At what point did that happen? Was that during the review or like during me listening to the freaking song or whatnot, man? And thank y'all for letting me know freaking over there. Let me see what we got next as well in the free. We got New Nova with Only Up. We got Blue freaking Nova with Only Up. We got Snoop Proof. We got Blue freaking Nova with Only Up. I always tell you that you wanna hold me, but what do you say? So New Nova with Wonder. Are we able to do this? No, it said this track was not found. Maybe it's been removed. Usually they won't show me the name though. Usually you won't show me the name. Let me see, but well, that record is not there, and you also don't have anything else on it, so I'm assuming you just removed everything. Let me go over here and send this, and then we'll jump back in the free line or whatnot. Yeah, there was nothing in there, so we're gonna jump back into the free. This is potentially a beat. Let's see what's up, and y'all give y'all thoughts overall in the chat. Could be a song though.
Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Up and down, 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 up and down. Always trying to escape, but now I'm finally going through it. Yeah, I went back to future and now I'm trying to pursue it. Yeah, my past is something that I don't like, but I'm over it. Yeah, a smiley face emoji in my cup, I'm done with it. Yeah, I was stacking the pills on the top of the counter. If it wasn't done, I'd turn it to powder. That was the oldest, your music get louder. Bitch, be proud, your mama be prouder. Buying Randy, buying Prada. Every day my heart get better. For the bitch, no, I'm not sending another letter. I'm on the whole record, yeah. Hey, I put on a double decker. Ask you for my money, ask you for my cheddar. Yeah, you don't play soccer, but you're a good header. Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Up and down, 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 jump around, make some sound. I'll put down any pills that's in my hand, I put them down. When I was at my lowest, told me take them out. I spent a couple years like trying to figure out why I'm doing this at all. It ain't really what it sounds, but I can guarantee you now, if you see me when I'm out, it ain't cause I've been involved, and it ain't cause I'm doing drugs, cause it is really not the shit I prefer. I took a left and it hurts, I knew that I should've swerved, and now I know those days are over and out. If I can see you around this side of town. We came a long way, and we came a long way, we came a long way, we came a long way. Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Came a long way, baby, came a long way. Yeah, we made it, yeah, we fucking made it. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Yeah, we came a long way, came a long way, came a long way. Up and down, 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 up and down.
Any direction, any like place for you don't know what to do, when you get an attention. Thinking if you want to pick a time, I don't know what the hell I'm about to do, I'm about to set shit. Freaking out, cause I don't even know what the hell I'm about to do. All right. Fairly decent, nothing freaking too crazy. I appreciate the fact that you even did remotely 3 minutes and 13 seconds of a record like this, as we don't normally see that. You guys get in, you get out. It's one chorus, one verse, and you're out. So I appreciate when you guys go against the grain a little bit. The other thing is you didn't just go in, add auto-tune, you know what I'm saying, and you know, call it a day as well. You know what I'm saying? You kept your actual, you know, voice within there. Which I always find, you know, refreshing. That's what we want to see during a potential live performance anyways. That with the addition of like live, you know, instruments and stuff like that. The other thing that I do feel like is potentially missing though is like any harmonization, right? So with, you know, any melodic part, there are certain things where if you go in there with the right tones and stuff, you know, it should come off a little bit better, and you know, bring some life and color to it or whatnot. Because again, you got some potential within this record. There's an element that could make people start, you know, singing along over time. And then again, think about marketing, where your record would be best marketed, even outside of just it being a song, right? What I'm saying is, right, when it's a song and you're putting it potentially on the radio or doing a video to your own song, that's one thing. But what I'm saying is, you know, if it were to be on any soundtrack, you know, what are those, you know, best sort of situations or whatnot, right? What commercial, what video game, what movie, TV show would you at all be able to, you know what I'm saying, pull that forward with? And even with that too, beginning a movie, ending a movie, ending credits, sort of like, you know, song, soundtrack type of deal. There's a lot of things and choices, but it will always be up to you. All right, Wonder Pet. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah. Big salute, we're back in the line.
I've been low, I've been stuck, felt too hard, ran out of luck, but look at me now, I'm standing
Wonder
up.
Pet.
Looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only up. Took hits I didn't deserve, said prayers I knew you heard. Watch love turn into silence, so I learned peace in the violence. I gave too much to the wrong ones, put my trust in all the wrong runs, but I kept going, that's the flex. No blueprint, just bounce from wrecks. They said,
what did you do with this record?
They left, I stayed, now I'm coasting. Eyes up, I see the climb. No more doubt, just what's mine. I've been low, I've been stuck, felt too hard, ran out of luck, but look at me now, I'm standing up. Ain't looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only up.
I mean, I can kind of tell it's AI.
I used to pray for a break, now I'm breaking it open. Every nod I gave, I turn into motion.
That's not good. It's not good, sir. It's not good because, like, look, we have to have the conversation. All right, you know what I'm saying? What I want to know from you, right, first and foremost, is like, you know, how much did you do when it comes to this song, right? You know what I'm saying? We do have to hit that button.
Nothing's ever wrong. When these rappers try to make a clever song, no matter what they do, we'll never get along. They fix the COVID, now we'll never share a bone. I've been trying to fix the rap game for the longest. I ain't gonna lie, man, your rap's really garbage. Speak what's on my mind, cause I'm actually honest. You feel this in your eye, and your back, and your arm check. I got shaved right up.
Hold on. Okay? We'll tell you the different things, right? Don't take it personal. But when it comes to AI, right? I think with everything, there's always going to be that sort of pro and con, that sort of fight for and fight against the use of it, right? Anytime I hear, whether it's with the production or the actual artist that maybe is not real, or there are mixed elements and things like that, it adds this thing to the record and or the vocals that make it just where you can tell it's an AI, you know, situation. We always, with whatever we're hearing, we want to feel like that there's some actual work done in the actual song. So, you know, when an artist uses AI to replace their beat, we still feel like there's a lazy aspect to that, because the aspect of when we love something, when we really love it, we love the talent that you potentially have to, you know, to come up with your own lyrics, melodies, exactly where every word lands on a record, picking or making the beat yourself. And when it comes to that mixing and mastering, you know, sort of aspect, right? We want a human element to it, because there's people out there who do many things, right? For all of those who's like, oh, I use AI for, you know, the beat. Literally, you're cutting off every producer that would have loved to produce for you. You're cutting off that collab process where you can work with people in the studio to really help you bring your record, you know, to life naturally, and, you know, sort of do that, right? So anytime we have that conversation about, you know, AI, it's not really to fully just hate on it. But there are people who have come to the show and all they really thought about was the idea of the song, and so they'll just like make a country song about McDonald's or something like that, and then put that in and then send that to the show, acting like they're that artist, you know, but we're like, no, we can tell it's AI and stuff like that. And it takes you out. Why does it take you out of the element, right? Because if we like something and we find out the artist isn't real, it's a tease. It's literally like, you know, there's an aspect of you can't get more songs from that artist. You can't shake their hand. You can't do an interview with them. You can't do a collab with them. You know, that matters, where like, you know, oh man, we get to go perform at the Grammys and stuff. Like, if the artist isn't real, it falls out the door. If the beat is AI, right? I'm not coming to you to get a beat because you didn't make the beat. AI did, right? Like, and it just puts all these sort of like these things at a you know, sort of a weird place where we don't know how much, you know, an artist or producer did or didn't do, if they even went as far as having AI write the record, you know, and you know, going there. Like, we want it to come from you, because throughout history, that's pretty much what a lot of artists have done. Yes, there have been some who have gotten their things written by other artists, and we would still, primarily when it comes to hip hop, we still critique those artists too. We go, how come you can't write your own shit? You know, for a good example, right? Benzino, the diss that he had for Eminem, the most recent one that, you know, came out maybe about a year ago or so, that wasn't even written by him, right? So in your mind, you go all that anger that you have, so much that where you have to talk about him every interview. You have all that stuff to talk about, yet you can't come up with your own actual Eminem diss, like, you know, from your own mind, from, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that he had to get another person to write it, people, you know, kind of lost respect, you know, for him even more after that. And it's like, even more, the person he got to write it was an Eminem fan. Like, he liked Eminem. Like, he said, yeah, man, I fucked with Eminem, and, you know, but Benzino came to me, and, you know, I'm a writer. So, you know, and it just, you know, again, I will say, from what I did here, I will still give you a little bit of a good review, right? From what I did here, it did sound like, you know, something decent song-wise. You know, I just really want, you know, as much of what we're hearing to be, you know, real, to not have that sound of AI, right? Like, we don't want to feel like we're sharing. I mean, I basically said, like, yesterday, there has to be like a different genre for records with AI elements. You know what I'm saying? Because I get them to a certain extent, but because I don't think they occupy that same space, right? Again, we go through a relationship with artists. We hear something that we like immediately. The first time I heard freaking Paramore, it was on Sirius Radio. It was I forgot which specific song or whatnot, but one of her songs came on. I was like, yo, like, I love her voice. Love the one song made me go and search up more stuff from her, right? And then I went to see live performances. I went to see, you know, just like what Paramore was as a band, and, you know, you go down that rabbit hole. But with AI, it sort of eliminates half of that experience or whatnot. Because the moment you find out they're not, it's like, it's more about, I guess you make it about more about the person who prompted the record in that case, right? But even then, it's like that prompting a record is not as talented, or at least it doesn't seem like something that's exciting. I don't feel like there'd be a whole award show for the best AI made records, and, you know, and people would acknowledge that just because how easy it is, you know, to do. Now, if there is more work in it, more customization, if there are ways to truly, you know, still allow, like, I wish there was a way where it could also teach, right? Where it can do, but also teach and give you ideas for more freaking things that you can do. Because we just don't want it to take away the element of you even wanting to learn how to do that thing. You know what I'm saying? Just immediately thinking, you know what? I want a guitar on this thing, and then you typing it in and it just spitting it out. It's not as impressive as you having that idea, knowing what you want with the guitar, and then calling a guitarist to come to the studio and actually play it on the record. That is something that you can record visually that people will really feel, you know, like impressed, you know, by, because, you know, you're taking that time to not only support the artist community in many different ways, that, like, there are musicians out there waiting to come into the studio and, like, record guitar riffs and things on piano or saxophones, whatever. Those things can really elevate a record. And then the artists that, you know, maybe you guys don't have. Anyways, let me go back in. I want to read one of some of what you said. I mean, I've heard the "it's a tool" thing many a times or whatnot. You know, he said it's a tool, and I understand why it's not desired. You know what I'm saying? That said, I have 3 songs, all real vocals, and then just, you know, a lot of effects and AI beats and stuff like that. Make sure that you can prove that. Make sure that you know, that you let people see that studio footage or whatnot, right? If you're recording yourself, same shit. We need to see you like just in that, like I'm recording this or whatnot, or I'm practicing this song, I'm trying to figure this out. We need to see live performances. That is more apparent than ever, you know, in this era where we do have, you know, the situations that do have AI, because that's the risk that we're always running now, where if people, you know, hear something and they think it's AI, and then they, you know, kind of peg you off as not a real artist, you know, again, you have a little bit of a problem there or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? What I did hear though, like I said, it did sound, you know, fairly decent. And so I do want to hear that. So yeah, I'm on Mixscribe, you know what I'm saying? Tanner, use Blue Baby Bottle on, you know what I'm saying, TikTok or whatnot, man. Hey, well, get that content in there so we can actually see that. And what you say, Milli Vanilli, you know what I'm saying, or, you know what I'm saying, lip sync, you know what I'm saying, their whole career. Nobody liked Milli Vanilli though. You not naming artists who mattered to the overall fabric of music, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were not, Milli Vanilli was not favored, you know, and championed as like the Beatles, a Michael Jackson, a Elvis, a Tupac, a freaking, you know what I'm saying? You know, we are talking about, you know, and again, I'm just referring to your earlier, you know, comment when it comes to that. But we're talking about the detriment to people not being able to see these kind of like the real live performances or whatnot, right? And don't use another artist lip syncing as an excuse to lip sync or to do something, you know, similar or whatnot. Never use any other art. Well, T.I. did it with anybody. Like, no, they look bad for doing whatever they do as well. So you don't want to follow you don't want to jump off a roof because your homie just did, right? You know what I'm saying? And oh man, freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger just jumped off. I should just go follow that. No, don't be a follower. Be a leader. Be someone who can really show people what it is or whatnot, man. I'm gonna take your word for it, right? I'm gonna take your word for it on this one. I'm gonna restart the song. Give me a second, because I do appreciate that you were patient, waited for your thing to come through. Let me see if I still have that thing. I'll restart the song, and that way we can play it in full. But do know, we don't. I think there's always gonna be that certain group of people that you know, that want, like I said, we want to see real artistry, real talent. We want everything that we're hearing to be, you know, hopefully written by you, sung by you. Even in the cases where I have heard records where there's like a rap song, but they're using like a SpongeBob sort of like AI filter, right? So it's only making their voice sound like it's SpongeBob or Rick and Morty or Hank Hill or something like that. But the work as an artist to actually get in there and rap the song like with your voice, there's still an element of that in there, right? With Beanie Siegel, you know, because he didn't have the same voice that he did, you know, in the 90s, and, you know, he kind of lost it, you know, over the years. You know, his aspect of using AI a little bit more acceptable, because he basically still raps his songs, right? But then utilizes the AI to basically allow his voice to sound like his older self or whatnot, right? So there are good uses of it. There are, like, that is one of the best uses right there. Even somebody who might, again, if you lost your voice completely where you cannot, like, you had to use a voice box to even talk today, but like you had a certain voice before or whatnot, you know, that's another way for you to get in there and still, you know, create your songs. But in the end, right, we always still come back to, can we hear you perform certain songs live? And you know, and what would the process of making the record look like if we were to get that as footage and content, you know, on your, you know, social media or a documentary, right? Look to the bigger artists who came before us And what the labels would often, you know, like they would literally just have a cameraman there in the studio when they were just, you know, at different places, the day in the life of the artist. And you get to see that creative, you know, process. It inspires you to really want to get in there and do more when you actually see that work done or whatnot. But when you don't, you know, it becomes a little bit less impressive if things just come out a little bit too quick and there's no work. Right? What people say about Rey from Star Wars or whatnot, right? Anybody who ever had a problem with her, they just felt like suddenly she knew how to use the Force, but was not taught it. And then, you know, and suddenly it was, you know, she was the next big thing, but didn't really receive all the training that Luke had or whatnot. It felt like she was just handed it and didn't do all, you know, the work that, you know, for a lot of people that did have that problem, you know, they would have embraced her a lot more, just seeing her struggle a lot more before, you know, things were sort of like given. So hold on to me. We're playing it again. Gotta stop talking.
I've been low, I've been stuck, felt too hard, ran out of luck. But look at me now, I'm standing up. Ain't looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only up. Took hits I didn't deserve. Said prayers I knew you heard. Watch love turn into silence. So I learned peace in the violence. I gave too much to the wrong ones. Put my trust in all the wrong runs. But I kept going, that's the flex. No blueprint, just bounce from wrecks. They said he ain't that, now they posting. They left, I stayed, now I'm coasting. Eyes up, I see the climb. No more doubt, just what's mine. I've been low, I've been stuck. Felt too hard, ran out of luck. But look at me now, I'm standing up. Ain't looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only up. I used to pray for a break, now I'm breaking it open. Every nod I gave, I turned into motion. Had no cosign, had no hype. Still made light in the middle of night. Said I'm too soft, too loud, too much now. Too booked, too blessed, too clutch. I remember scrolling jobs at 2. Now I'm building things they can't undo, yeah. I earned this rise from pain. Now my name don't ring the same. Used to ask if I'm enough, now I say it loud, it's only I've been low, I've been stuck. Felt too hard, ran out of luck. But look at me now, I'm standing up. Ain't looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only I was counting on people that vanished quick. Now I'm counting streams and stacking ticks. I ghosted out, I buried fear. Turned rock bottom to a chandelier. Talked to God in empty halls. He said, get up, you built for falls. Now I spit like I'm running out of breath. But every line's a life I kept. I've been told you'll never shine. Now my light don't check the time. From nowhere, now I'm up top. Told the pain, watch me pop. I've been low, I've been stuck. Felt too hard, ran out of luck. But look at me now, I'm standing up. Ain't looking back, it's only up. No more pain, no more fake. Cut that noise, I'm wide awake. Yeah, I've been down, but not enough to break me now. It's only up.
So what is this tool you use now? What do you mean? What do you mean and shit? I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do on the pain and shit. People don't even know what they see and shit. Matter of fact, they don't even know what they be. I don't use any tools of mine. Yeah, record was still decent, you know what I'm saying, overall, you know what I'm saying, melodies, everything like that, on point. Feels like a record that would be out there again. We always want to see and you know, maintain the aspect of hopefully being able to see you live. You know, especially like with real instruments, right? You have an acoustic guitar in the production, right? Which makes it easy for you to learn how to play guitar if you don't already, or have somebody else get in there and just kind of like, you know, play it and, you know, have you sing or whatnot, right? You can do the same thing on piano. You can also change the tempo of the actual song and do, you know, that same thing or whatnot. But Not bad, man. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that's a record that, you know, we'll hear on the record futuristically. Again, assuming it's all real, I'm gonna give you the benefits of the doubt. I'ma give you a benefit. You think that's fair? You know what I'm saying? I can do acapella, you know what I'm saying? And over the beat. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. You know, I was referring to the tool to show, you know what I'm saying, 4 turntables. Oh, you talking about the thing I'm playing it through. That's virtual DJ and shit. Virtual DJ.
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. DJ Dork Genius.
Oh, that's not in the program though. So at that, what is in the program? Because I replaced a lot of these sounds. Let me see. No, I don't think any of these. Was this clap mine? Yeah, pretty much everything. Maybe with the siren. Is this with the siren? I don't know, man. Anyways, big salute. Let me make sure that we don't have a skip so we can jump back into the lineup. Let me pick your father, go and pick up the freaking la.
Yo, 9 cents and Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from Hot Ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
Alright, Psycho. We got you in the cusp. What do you say? You said mixing is basically untouched. Just wanted to see. Wanted you to see it where it is right now for your opinion. We'll see about that.
If you got it, time to roll it up. We gon' spark that weed tonight. If you think that you could roll with us, hold on, let me give you a light. We gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay high.
You know me, I'm sparking the tree. Red eyes like it's the mark of the beast. So high, but I still caught with a beat. Hotbox in the lot with the car next to me. Hit it with the best so confidently. Set it with my chest, now I want to believe that I'm at the top. Go to the Dippin' Dog King Kong with a bong, a gorilla in my jeans. Psycho's the smoothest, you don't know why. Oh, you clueless? I don't got time for that sewage. None of that shit that you're spewing. If you ain't down to get high, then why you talking this side? I'll bring an O for one night, and we still go resupply. We smoke hitters, we go getters. If I don't see you at the top, you'll be so bitter. I won't even have $1 for you gold diggers. How you gonna take a shot if you don't pull triggers? If I'm your target, that's a goddamn shame. Got a bullet to spark, I'll forget your name. Like some brain trauma, but it's self-sustained. Never break rotation like you never came.
If you got it, time to roll it up. We gon' spark that weed tonight. If you think that you could roll with us, hold on, let me give you a light. We gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay
Yo, let's
high.
take it all back to the past. Back to when I was just young. Hitting my bong in the attic with half of my friends, keeping watch for my mom. And the bud wasn't even that strong, but we were just happy to have it. And I don't need to hear all that preaching. It was a hobby for us, not a habit. Now we pack the bags to the fucking max, and we hit the dab till we hack and gag. Playing hacky sack as we pass it back. We're acrobats who attack the grams. The average man doesn't stand a chance. Not a fleeting glance at my master plans. With a master lens, you could've stamped my pen. What it's saying is it ain't happening. But if you want a shot, then I'd be happy to comply. I don't know why you'd even wanna try. We ain't on that lazy shit. We smoke and then we grind. We smoke and then we grind. We smoke and grind.
If you got it, time to roll it up. We gon' spark that weed tonight. If you think that you could roll with us, hold on, let me give you a light. We gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay high. Yeah, we gotta stay high.
High up in the sky, like listen, I would get up in the game, like I am gonna die. Just need to make sure that I randomly just get the freaking gun because I'm about to pop you all up in your lip, and then I'm waiting and I thought a verse was gonna pop. Freaking up in this freaking shit. I'm looking at the fucking clock like I don't know what happened in the time. It's gonna fucking stop because I freaking picked up that mic and then I freaking dropped the whole shit. At the back, you know what? I am so cool. I can go and hop in the ocean and won't slip. Freaking there's a lot of time where you don't know what would happen if your grandma freaking had no hip. But I'm just trying to like look up in the clouds and people are like, dog, you cook up with a clown. And all the freaking time when you sitting up in the circus, I mean the verses, I mean damn up in the circus. What the hell is even happening? I should have had spit shit, but I'm freestyling, so ain't nothing I say is gonna be perfect. I also want to tell you that freaking this shit was worth it, but I also want to tell you that I'd rather be in a hearse. I should play some of my real songs. So, not bad. Obviously, it's not finished just yet. I feel like obviously, like, man, I really want to hear this, you know. I want to hear this, you know, with all the elements, you know, done, right? Because I do feel like there's more to that chorus that you know, can happen. In terms of certain vocals, you know what I'm saying, on top there, like you could turn that section even into a more, you know, heavy metal rock driven, you know, sort of thing as well. And then the verses being more, you know, rapping and hip hop and, you know, doing something a little bit different. It takes on, you know, kind of a life on its own, you know, over time. But I think it has a vibe and a theme that, people would like or whatnot. What do you guys freaking think? I know some of you guys were rocking with that in the chat. What did you think? And again, I mean, like, look, you'll know if you've made a good record by not only, you know, the listeners and what they think, right? I think for people who make music, you know, you should inspire at least a few of them to want to make a remix of your song, right? So there should be you know, just a like, oh man, I can't wait till I come across that beat as well so I can, you know, do my version of it. And you keep the chorus in there, or you do their chorus, you know what I'm saying, yourself or whatnot. You call it the same song and then remix, you know, whatever the case. Like, that's the biggest term of endearment from a standard artist. If it's a cover, right, it'll be from like, you know, those in like R&B or rock or country or something like that, and they'll make their version of your record and keep every lyric, every melody, but maybe change the production and you know, tempo.
Yeah, I rap now, I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin' at home, now you acting like a class clown. True, kinda sad how I build up my own skill in the shows while you acting like you mad now. Oh yeah, I rap now, I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin' at home, now you acting like a class clown. True, kinda sad how I build up my own skill in it shows while you acting like you mad now. Me crashing, sicker than you could imagine. E-nail is heating up like a green dragon. Me failing, thinking that they won't see past it. Keep staring, bitch, you know I should be napping. Straight reject, they yo, where is the beat at? Just deleted my preset, damn it, I'm feeling depressed. Might just call my shrink next, tell her to suck my penis. Pulled up in a Uber, but I left in her Prius. Been a shit year, it's clear I'm about to spaz out. Got another bottle, fuck the beer, I wanna black out. Crash out, could've dropped the project, but I have doubts. Doing this for decades, and they'd say, oh, you rap now? Yeah, I rap now, I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin' at home, now you acting like a class clown. True, kinda sad how I build up my own skill and it shows while you acting like you mad now. Oh yeah, I rap now, I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin' at home, now you acting like a class clown. True, kinda sad how I build up my own skill and it shows while you acting like you mad now.
I forgot which order. There's another time where I used to be a hoarder with a cape and quarters, freaking all up in the closet. There's another times I go to the bank, make a deposit, but I also want to freaking tell y'all that I would be that one dude that never really had watch wallets and grommet. And I also like want to tell you that I am so sick, freaking that I can do this and make you all vomit. Everybody contagious. There's a lot of freaking times I had wrote a book without any pages. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with you. Know what? I played all kinds of games and I went all across the whole stages. Listen, dog, I'm about to play this really freaking quick. And people also know, and I always want to tell you that I'm finna make a hit. And listen, dog, I ain't finna make no grits. I don't know how. A lot of times you drink all the freaking milk without no cows. What is even happening? I always want to tell you that hello, everybody. I'm an African. I laugh at them and always make sure that I'm telling jokes. And if I had some freaking eggs, I would probably go sell a yolk and then. Big salute. That was BL.
Yeah, rap now. I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin'.
I always appreciate your, bars or whatnot, man. And I don't know why, right? Like, suddenly, whenever you pop up and send something, I always think of, Dirty B and Charlie. I think of that very specific sort of lineup and combination, of artists or whatnot. I mean, obviously, you've made a record with Dirty B, a few times, before or whatnot. So it is, but like you guys have styles that just mesh well, together because you both are bar centric. Every line, sort of like matters, makes you listen, go in there, see what kind of metaphors you're gonna, get in, and the beat selection as well, right? Like most, if not all, records that you have sent, as well as Dirty B, I've wanted to, hop on those records, right along with. And so, I appreciate you for providing the open verses.
At home, now you acting like a class clown. Kinda sad how I build up my own skin in the shows while you acting like you mad now. Yeah, rap now. I've been in my zone. Catch you chillin'.
Vocals could probably come up, saying a little bit more in terms of the, mix or whatnot, but the performance is right, man. I appreciate that, man. He said that be as a monster, Love Night 2. The tribe, always cool shit, right? Listen, you might be a missing member of the tribe. I might be a missing member of the tribe. Who know? Let me see more. I know you said much love, always. Yeah, that what's up. You just still be sleeping right now, but I'm not, I gotta wake up early in any way, so I'm gonna be tired either way. Bruh, it's not how it works. That's not how it works. You're going to be more tired the less amount of sleep that you get, right? They say you need at least 8 hours of sleep to really, feel well rested. And so if that's what you need to get, make sure you do that. And get that rest in or whatnot. Are we even on the same time as well? Like it's about to be 8 o'clock for me, PM. What time is it for everybody in the building? What time are you guys? What time y'all on?
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
What freaking pop, 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 what freaking. All right, let's see what we got. Is this Detox? Let's see, young man. Can we please get your record and plap it in the cusp? It's called Go, featuring Hypeski.
I said go, run around, tell me how I did you wrong. Go, tell your friends you're over me and moving on. Tell me I'm a blame, say that I'm insane. Go to hell, you done your wrongs and move your grind. Go, play me like a game. Like go, you tell me that I'm insane. Go,
yeah, that boy
go, I said go. Evil way I'm falling. Yeah, I block you 100 times, how you keep on calling. Evil way I'm falling. Heard up in the past, so I proceed with caution. Yo, tell me I'm the worst, leave me in the dirt. Yo, say I did you wrong, but you know that you hurt me first. Now I need some medicine, Shimani need a reverend. Cause ever since she left the demons haunting, I can't let them win. Go, play me like a game. Haunting, I can't let them win. Go, tell your friends you're all my friend. Haunting, I can't let them win. Go. I get so low, I get so low. Flashlight, lightning in my head. Everywhere you say, when you play in my head. I could go. Neon jeans on my cracked phone screen. Life feels great, but the lush feels clean. I'm wired up, bloods in a big mode. Autumn to low, overflow, low. Falling fast, but I'm hitting that boost. Cash my soul, but I still break loose. I said go. Exalties in digital rain, you glitch my heart. I love that pain.
I said go. Got a freaking go in it. A lot of time I have a freaking ball and then I'm throwing it. People also freaking look at my car and then tow the shit. There's a lot of time where like I just randomly told a chick, girl, I like your toes and shit. Don't know what is happening. Went right back freaking her hair and then she freaking throw clothes and shit. Listen, a little bit of a vibe, chill, nothing freaking too crazy in terms of, you know, performance. It's like a half and half. Kind of has a little bit of energy, you know what I'm saying, within there in terms of some of the tempo, maybe the drums, but the other parts of the production maybe have, you know, more vibes, right? So that allows you a little bit to go in there with the type of energy that you have and do a little something. However, there's always that part of me that always wants to see that contrast on as many songs as possible with one artist, right? So if you go on a record and you hit the low tones up, go, you know, like if you stay only in that level, you know, it starts to over time become less impressive because we're still waiting for you to sort of, you know, go up an octave, maybe get into the, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't know yet if you can go there or if your home ground, your home court advantage is more of the lower side, and that's still where you're more, you know, comfortable. But showing that range, I think will always bring more energy to any record that you are doing. Show that differentiation. If you're only on the low side, some people will feel like you're too, you know, monotone, and there's more work that needs to be done. Then there's the harmonization. Right? Harmonization is that other way that you could get in there and potentially do higher tones, right? You know what I'm saying? Again, one tone is going go, you know what I'm saying? Another tone is go, right? You have that, you cut that one down, you have 3 more of that same tone or whatnot, pan the other freaking 2 to the left and right so that that way you can, you know, make it surround sound. There's also, by the way, effects that will naturally duplicate your vocals and put them in those other tones, like give you that harmonization needed. But it depends on the type of record that an artist is making, you know, according to which one is going to sound right with either the effect or something that does need to be you know, natural or whatnot. I've heard both ways and I've appreciated both the digital aspect as well as, you know, the real. You know, things probably are a little bit more amazing when you can hear an artist really figure out the tones themselves and they go in there and add them, you know, properly. You know, but outside of that, big salute. What did you guys think about that one? What you said? Another good, what is it? Rap Fame or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And BandLab. And what free software are you guys using to mix media? And so Wonderpet has said, and you said AI may do better or whatnot. See, but I haven't been recommending AI too much for people because there's a very specific sound that comes with AI. We went through a whole conversation already. There's a very specific sound that comes with AI, and it can often make you as an artist be mistaken for an AI artist, and that just throws, you know, kind of everything into a loop. Know that people love to listen to good music, but they also love that aspect of, you know, being able to hear a real person create it, right? It does sort of make some of the respect for the artist die a little bit when you find out maybe they didn't write your favorite song, you know, for them or something like that, right? And that goes for if it was written by somebody else or AI. But I would argue that in both cases, you know, AI will always be less impressive to, you know, people when and if they either realize that's the case or you just directly tell them that it's, you know, mixed by AI. Like they want to see the work. They want to know that you're willing to invest in, you know, either learning things yourself or going to freaking studios. What happened? What literally happened to the era where like everybody knew like, yo, if I really want to take myself seriously, I have to go to a studio and record my song. When you record everything yourself, you are, you know, you're liable to make a lot of the mistakes that you won't be able to hear because you are basically doing most of the stuff. I know we're at two totally different conversations right now. I know, but listen, you know what I'm saying? I have a point to it. When and if you only record yourself, there are going to be many things that you maybe say on the record that we don't understand or couldn't hear, or maybe your vocals get lost, you know, behind the beat. And sometimes you won't hear that because you already know what you're saying. Like you literally have every lyric in your head on paper or whatever you may have it written on, you know what I'm saying? And you know what you're saying on the record. You put it in, but if you can't hear when, oh man, I need to drop the beat right here. Or maybe I need to say this part again at this, you know, so it pops a little bit more. That's why it is better to go to a studio so you can have that second opinion. You can have someone who also knows what they're doing when it comes to the mixing and mastering process, and listen to any of their ideas or whatnot. Sometimes we want to be like a little too creative and like go out of the structure of where we're supposed to stop our verse or even starting it and stuff like that. Listen to the engineer, see what they have. If you get a good one, they'll let you do what you want, and they'll, you know, be able to tell you, hey, try it like this as well, and then give you the two different versions so that you can really test things out and truly see, you know, what is the best version or whatnot. Again, two different conversations. I don't know how we jumped from one to the other, but when you say I plug in a lot more, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to what did you say? I plug in a lot more instead of trying to one take verses, so like that. See, so that's a whole nother thing too, man. You gonna get it into the you gonna make us have every conversation in one before we get to the next thing. So punching in, right? Again, here's the conversation. Punching in is okay when you are first putting together the record, right? But look at it like this. I need you guys to get this in your head. When you are punching in, it's the same thing as when we are writing down our song, like line for line, right? We're writing it. What we'll do is we'll write it down line for line, practice it as we go. So we start from the jump, start from that first line, what we want to say. We really try to figure things out pattern wise. Everything is just perfect when we can do that and literally cater everything, you know, to it. And then you know, after we have, you know, enough of the song or verse, whatever, we sort of try to put that down. Whether you're trying to read it or you are learning it and then going in and performing it, right? Because when you can do it all the way through as much as possible, that is the most impressive performance, right? But when you guys are punching in line for line, it still feels like you just wrote it down, but you haven't performed it yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you wrote it down, but with audio, and you still need to go back in and actually do the song, right? Because if we hear it, like I tend to like a song less if it does feel like, there's a punch in, there's a punch in, there's a punch in, there's a punch, and it's like every line or every other line, it takes you out of the skill level from the artist. We literally have to remember that like people want to pay for music, right? They want, if you really wanted to go back to the days where that felt worth it, to really try to get all these streams and like get people to really just help you go viral in some way, we have to make the music and what we do worth it. The live performances too. We cannot go out there with our vocals on the track and then expect people to be like, oh yeah, I would have paid $100 to $200 for a ticket for this. Like, no way. People want a real performance. They want to hear us basically be professionals as much as possible. And that's if you want to go after the throne, if you want to be on that Mount Rushmore. If you're not trying to be a part of that and you're simply an artist who doesn't mind being in those same conversations, do your records however you want, right? Be offbeat, punch in every other bar, freestyle, like say the same thing every other song. If you don't really care about, you know, that aspect, people won't judge you in that same, you know, criteria. And like, you know, we will often still say, oh man, it's not good because you did this or whatnot, right? We can still see the criteria of like what genres a lot of artists are trying to go in, but we still want to be impressed. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuse when there is still, like I said, there's a Kendrick, a J. Cole, a Joyner Lucas, who was like one of the newest artists at the time when he came out, a Toby Amigwe, or I still want to remember how to say his freaking name. You know, I tried it. Listen, Norman Sands also will punch in from time to time when he is putting together his records. And I would tell him the same thing. Like, you know, I love the personality, the energy that you are putting in. But people also need to see you, you know, like really getting into and performing the record. At the end of the day, as long as you can perform it, no vocals, just instrumental or live band playing it, then you will be a proven artist. Again, if you're not able to do that, we won't compare you in that way. We'll just still let you know we wish, man.
I wish, man.
What'd you say? He said I meant that leaving breaths is a very important, or it's very important now. I used to DB 100 of those. Let me see what else. You're good to wonder, you know what I'm saying? We just chilling, you know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with having a conversation, especially if it elevates your craft. Indeed. Said, my bad, y'all. Go to bed after these sections since I started. Nah, listen, don't trip. I love to have these conversations just for educational purposes and to see everyone's side, right? Like, I'm always willing to listen to what you guys have to say on the matter, you know, as well. But like this comes from someone who used to do what some of you guys would do. I literally started off in the same way of like, let me punch in and like, but like for me, I would do different voices and shit like that. So I'd punch in as me first, and then the next line would be like me as Daffy Duck or some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like just making voices like left and right. Then eventually what I realized is I couldn't perform half of those songs because I'm like, oh, I gotta change my voice every freaking time. On top of that, I think the biggest mistake when it comes to those records, especially if we're doing it in that way, you know, we tend to cut ourselves off, right? You say one line and before you're ending that same line, you're already coming in with the next. How are you going to do that in a live performance? Like, let's just say it's the instrumental by itself. If you create those scenarios that, you know, it'll hurt you a little bit. Bedtime, don't even think about it. It's bedtime, just one. Nope. You better. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. What closing statements? I like the beats. I haven't dabbled, you know what I'm saying, into AI vocals, you know what I'm saying? I know it exists, but I've heard they typically cost, you know what I'm saying, money also. So it's, you know what I'm saying, costly to do that. That said, if I had funds, I'd do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you know it's not generally something that we want to hear, right? It just feels, when it's not a real artist, it feels weird, right? Like I watched a freaking ad for what I didn't know was an AI, you know, sort of like video generator or something like that. And it was a dope ass female artist, and she had, you know what I'm saying, a good song. And then at the end it was like, this is AI, if you want to, and I'm like, what the freak, man? You know what I'm saying? It's like you feel like you're being tricked, and then you wish you had more of the artist, but they're not real. And then again, when it comes to wanting to collab with that specific artist, wanting to even thank them for doing what they did when they're not real, it just kind of, you know, feels a little bit weird. Now look, if it ever becomes advanced enough, because like, that's not to say that, like, you know, like when I watch Iron Man or any of the Marvel, like, I love Jarvis, I love the fact that, you know, Mind Stone was able to create, you know, Vision. Ultron has always been, you know, dope to me when it came to, you know, the comics and everything. Like, there are aspects of AI that I like when it comes to, you know, media and you know, just like that fantasy kind of world of stuff. But what we are often in fear of is that it'll make everyone lazy, right? When you basically get writer's block, and instead of giving yourself some time to figure it out, moving on to the next song, coming back to that song, you know what I'm saying, later type shit, because that works always for me. Instead of actually figuring it out, another person's just gonna go straight to AI to help write the rest of the record. Or again, you know, instead of wanting to work with real people on any aspect of the record, right? Again, we talked earlier about mixing, producing, and even vocals when it comes to like choruses and stuff like that. You know, you basically eliminate any real workmanship, you know, from those elements, and everybody's out of the job at the same time. Imagine the person at the carnival who does the painting, right? They actually look at you and they draw the funny looking picture with you with big ears and a big head and just like, you know, funny, but it's still dope, and you're always willing to pay that because it's a real person actually going and hand drawing it. Now imagine if you were paid double for an AI version of that. Basically, you know, those people are gone, and then that comes up. You know, even more, you know, Comic-Con, if you've ever been to Comic-Con before, it's an amazing place with people who have come up with, you know, their own versions of lifelike costumes. They will draw, you know, by hand, paint real, you know, portraits of your favorite, you know, superheroes and things like that. When you actually see people who you can literally give them a request right in front of them and be like, sign it, right? They can literally go, you know what I'm saying, literally on the spot, draw whoever from their brain. That aspect is important, right? When you're seeing like all these people who have like taken that time to basically bring those portraits together, and then if you throw AI into it, suddenly, you know, if you had an inkling that any of the things are AI, you probably wouldn't want to, you know, buy it. If literally there two paintings right next to each other, one is AI, one is a real person, I guarantee you're gonna buy the real persons because you know the hard work that goes into that. While the AI, you sort of look at it as a little bit cheaper because, you know, it just was somebody else explaining the same image that somebody else drew, and that's what, you know, it came up with. And it may be even like slightly different or something like that. AI is not always able to get everything perfect, but I just wanted to use an analogy that I hope makes sense and helps express our fears when it does come to, you know, aspects of AI. We love how easy it is to do certain things, how it can help you with many things, but I feel like people will take it a little bit too far, right? Again, don't have it write your lyrics to your entire song. Don't help it create your song. Actually figure out a way outside the lines or whatnot. Let's say you want to make a song about something very specific. Have AI give you a list of the details so you can figure out what you can use from those details to then make your song with. But if you are literally pulling things word for word and or legit, let me press a button and it compiles the whole beat, or you know, again, whole artists, right, with that. And I know how good it may feel to hear just like a random good artist, quote unquote, on your beat. You just made it be a beat that you had, it was a throwaway, you throw it in the freaking AI, it spits something out, and you know, you basically have an automatic sort of like dope song. However, again, you know, there are elements that people will not be impressed by the moment that they realize that that situation is AI. You know, they still want a real artist to be on it. They don't want an award show where they have to sit next to someone who is not the artist, but they were just the person who prompted the AI. Like, that would feel weird, I think, to anybody. Anyways, let me get back. What'd you say? You don't say anything. Okay, sorry, I'm out. No, it's all good. K-pop Demon Hunter. What about it? Was K-pop Demon Hunter AI? Let us know. Oh, you said it was K-pop Demon Hunter. Cough, cough. No, I'm not about to end. Who said that? Okay, cool. All right, let's go back. We were just having a little bit of a conversation, man.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
All right, we got Trino. Trino with Talk That, produced by B-Wolf.
I got a better flow than most of these niggas that's rapping or proving it to you, cause I got a better song. He said he won't make a song with me. Nigga, you sweet, so what are you better on? Commit to the shit, you can even commit to a job. So how you commit to rapping with me? You don't make sense, you don't have to lead. I had to lead, nigga, you feet. I had to beat to put you on your knees. Praying to God that you beat me, but you can't because your shit sweet. I'm the man who holds the lead, and you can't because your shit weak. Right in the fan, my heat is tweet. It's too hot for you, not for me. We catch your attitude cause you sweet and get mad at me because you cheat. That's not my fault, I killed the beat, and you did not because of me. It's cause of you, you old on you, feel harder than you, never been in the boot. That shit sad, niggas mad go boot when you are on the stage, a crowded hype. They always try, I trash the mics, it's not even that, your music is right. I'm sharp in the pack, I'm a mute for the night. They hype as fuck when I come by. In the crowd, when I spit rhymes, they all get loud. They like it all, they like my style, and not yours, they put thumbs down. Trino, yeah. Ha.
You gotta have choruses in here, man.
They put thumbs up when I come through, cause I go hard and not like you. How you listen to the best, nigga? Still trash, who knew? It's funny as fuck, you ran it a lot, now you too old, you look like a goof. It's enough stop what you're trying to do. You did it too long, can't get no news, just go get along. You a buffoon, you look like a fool, you gonna get screwed. Why me nigga when I spit my tunes? I be nigga but I'm listening to. That's why I rap the way I do, cause what I listen to, I improve. They told me to stop, I didn't, I move. They look stupid when I did, because I go hard like I'm lit. And they I'm mad now cause I'm lit. Trino, yeah. Ha.
When I'm back in this shit, matter of fact, thinking you about to go and buy a pack of your shit. Why you make a random noise? Like I be going in towards the rest to go and pick up random toys or take them to the register. People also like, man, when it comes to all these beats, man, Dorky, you better wreck it up. I wouldn't try to like make sure freaking there's lots of people that get in relationships but ain't faithful. You freaking wanna be able to get on freaking dope songs, but you spit a fake flow, man. You know I want to.
I'm at this game, yeah. Trino.
Listen, you gotta have a little bit more. Where'd he go? But a little bit more personality. A little bit more personality. You gotta have a little bit more You know, you already freaking know, man. You know, we've talked about it before and many of times, just to be able to get you in you know, the right energy for a lot of what you're doing, and then proper choruses, which again I think you need to start working and collabing with a few artists or whatnot, so you can get that contrast. You take care of the verse, let somebody else, you know, get in there with the chorus, so you can have, you know, that contrast. But I need you to rap not like you are looking down while you are doing it. Again, the confidence is extremely important. It's almost like you're reciting like the Baby's lyrics, you know, but like you're practicing it before a karaoke performance in the back, you know, like where you're just like doing it to yourself, like with some headphones or something like that, and you're not really doing it with the energy like you're in that moment, you know, performing it. Yeah, you don't have that typical like ski mask style either, right? I usually call it ski mask style because it's like the you know, the I'm gonna run up on your ops or rob them while they're asleep, because I don't want to wake them up, and so I have that certain amount of energy that's very just chill. You know, I have said there's times where you do rap like you are in the same room with people you don't want to wake up, you know, but just as soon as you adjust, you will be right there. You have to get it from the start. Right? Again, we need to hear you having fun with what you're doing, and it'll allow you to at least make some of the stuff you're saying, you know what I'm saying, a little bit more Bolow, you know what I'm saying? He said, beatbox, yeah, listen, I'm always beatboxing on the show, and I try it. And he said, Wonderpad says, you know what I'm saying, I'm out and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? He said, give me an eye too, freaking Chelino. You know what I'm saying? No, listen, see, Chelino, you know, you have done your own records and beats and stuff, you know, from what I've heard. What did we say? Or what did we say? And we come every day. Yet Major, what is up? And welcome back to the show. Can you get yourself an on so we can hear your flow as we proceed?
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
That's right, I knew it. You were saying that the other day.
Let me see what's
Yo,
up.
Dork Squad, this is Rick Sanchez telling you to donate 10 flurbles to Cash App $ pay a dork to get your song played fast as shit.
Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
Like Scoob, your song's coming up. Let me see where this one is. That was a pretty good Shaggy, huh?
Hey, this one right here from my down ass, gangsta ass bitch. Yeah, you know we don't do no talking 'cause we grown. Yeah, when you pull up, you know what time it is. Hey, yeah, take them clothes off, baby, take them clothes off. Take them clothes off, baby, take them clothes off. On the bed, on the couch, on the floor, yeah. On the bed, on the couch, on the floor, yeah. Yeah, take them clothes off, baby, take them clothes off. Take them clothes off, baby, take them clothes off. On the bed, on the couch, on the floor, yeah. On the bed, on the couch, on the floor, yeah. She a lady in the streets, but she get nasty in them sheets. She a lady in the streets, but she get nasty in them sheets. She a lady in the streets, but she get nasty in them sheets. My name Daddy in them sheets. My name Daddy in them sheets. She's an addict for the meat. Papa addict before we meet. Yeah, my dick done got a geek. I got a biting on her teeth. One more time before you leave. One more time, it's round 3. Standing tall, y'all mean. Juicy, juicy tangerine. Go and pop it, go and drop it. Go and shake it, tambourine. Go and bounce up on the dick. Yeah, do the trampoline. Pound town, pound town. wake the neighbors up. Bust it down, I weigh it up. Yeah, you my favorite. She my buttercup. Bounce twice, double dutch. 2 bird, double fuck. Yeah, you know I'm in the club.
I fuck her like July the 4th. Fireworks is busting in the nighttime. I'm going crazy, yeah, you know you pick me on the right time. I'm little snazzy bitch up on this beat. With Lil Bizzle and Cuckoo up in the street. On the top and bottom street, Poker Street and Lindsay Lee. Ain't a 1217, cause it is a 187, you trying me. My engine that he timing me because I do this shit that crimey street. Because I ain't from the top, I'm from the bottom, the grimy street. Fuck that shit, the L to G, Simo 6, where you seeing me? What the fuck you picking up sticks? You don't want no beef with me. Teefully, I do that shit like sleepily. Like where the fucking 7 doors, hey, you cannot creep all up on me, shitting me, counting shit when you try to sleep off that geek got you geek for about a fucking week.
Yeah, y'all know what it is. That shit. I don't even know what the hell I'm about to do, but I think people don't want to pick it on the floor. Oops. After freaking fix the shit, a lot of freaking people go in the forest just to pick up sticks and shit. Listen, don't know if I can get you to get some shit, but listen, like if I was Hitch, I would switch freaking and like make sure that a lot of freaking people need to go and read the Bible quick, man. You know I'm liable to sit freaking right here. A lot of y'all freaking probably like the movie Lightyear. It was kind of cool and I was like, yeah. Freaking it was having some kind of action, and a lot of times I'm getting on your beat and I'll be rapping and I don't know how I got here. People also like, is he actually rapping to this shit or can I not hear? Writing in my end some kind of alternate dimension, like when I freaking come to your house I'ma have some henchmen randomly just freaking get, I don't even know what's happening. I'm just trying to fill this damn rest of you just left. You left. And let me defend for myself over here. I like the vibe overall. Take them clothes. Listen, I mean, we'll say that, right? So the first, what we felt like was, you know, the chorus. It was a little bit simple. I was like, oh no, man, take them clothes off. Take them like, okay, simple instructions, right? As it went on, though, I felt like, you know, the song kind of grows on you, right? You know, first and foremost, that beat is a good vibe, right? You know, the overall production and some of the vocals puts it in, you know what, that kind of, you know, nice, set the mood, you know, a little bit, kind of thing, you know, nighttime vibes. You already know what it is. I ain't gotta freaking spell all this shit out. But it has that. Obviously, you gotta finish it, whatever that sort of random open verse section is. Like, you know, I would say at a female artist, right? Whether it's a rapper or a singer, and if you need some recommendations, hold on. I give you some recommendations, right? We have a list of dope R&B female artists who have come and sent to the show. A lot of which you...
Tell me, was it worth it? I really hope that she is perfect. Cause you acting like you're so in love. Like you don't think about what we was. And I can't lie, it hurt it. Okay. Need an Oscar, boy, you earned it.
Okay.
You acted like it would be us. So why are you with her?
That's all you need. That's all you need. That's all you need. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Her name is Santa, and the name of that song is Worth It. This one right here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This is Key with me and Bae.
I don't go nowhere without you by my side. Yeah, the apple of my eye, but yeah, the apple to my pie. Yeah, my world wouldn't be the same without you in it. So amazing, can't forget it. Even in my dreams, you're in it. Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're just a bit older. Yep. Could have sworn I've always known ya. You're the piece of the puzzle that keeps me whole.
always admire people who can make it sound just so easy to, you know, control their vocals and you know, do those melodies or whatnot. Not everybody can do that, you know. Some of you don't even try, cause you know. Again, I play some more, but I want to go back into the lineup and get y'all playing. All right. Don't be too excited, man. We chilling right freaking here, doing our damn thing, okay? Yeah! Anyways, shout out to Scoob, you know, so on the last one. What do you guys freaking think? Should there be a video or something to that? Is there no app? Yep, there is. Let me see. Tory Lanez, you know what I'm saying? The color violet and stuff like that. Are you trying to, were you saying a certain record was similar to that? Are you trying to request that in the chat? You know what I'm saying? On our show, we primarily play independent artists, records, beats, bands, stuff like that. So as long as they're not signed and we don't, if we all know who they are, they're most likely signed and the label is stingy, they will just like cut, block, flag, and mute some of our lives. Or when the streams try to save, they suddenly don't exist for some of you guys, right? It'll be blocked in either all countries or, you know, a select few. So when it comes to someone like a Tory Lanez, I think, show of hands, who knows who Tory Lanez is in the chat? You know what I mean? Like, I should just always ask that, and then to see how many people know. I mean, I'll still know the answer regardless of what y'all freaking say, but that will be, you know, the sort of like point. If more than one person knows who the artist is that you would, you know, try to request on the show, then we probably can't play them or whatnot, unless they are known specifically from our review show communities and stuff like that, right? There are some of you guys who make a name for yourselves over time, and you know that comes with consistency, and you guys really just trying to make the best music that you can. If you love this shit, we'll be able to tell, man. We in there with you. All right, we got, what is it? Death to Ricky. I like that name. Death to Ricky with Breathing Right. All right, we are still in the free line or whatnot, so thank you for your patience. Let me see what it is. That's a Ricky with Breathing Right. Listen, with a name like that, you already set the tone.
Let's go. I keep my hand, I'm not breathing right. I don't know. Looked in her eyes and I seen the light. And you know I really like fall on
Not what I thought it was gonna sound like.
And you know I really like stall on you, but I might lay stall on me tonight. I'm on that M-way, whipping that Bentley. Don't do what your friends say, just kick it like sensei. Hey, let's go. Pack in my lungs, now I'm feeling nice. Tell you you should come with me tonight. Yeah, I promise you we're gonna have a decent time. Whipping that golf art, map to bits, and I don't give a fuck where the speeding fine. And she wanna take me for Wagyu steak, but I would've been fine with the beans and CDG, I'm a down right now. Tell her that we're not got my home right now. Like this fuck, watch your hand on Montana, so I'm sorry that I can't pick up the phone right now. Hey, oh no. Yeah, touching myself for real. Tell my mother that I'll always be safe, and I tell my mother that I won't sign no deal.
I still want something freaking different when they close my eyes. Let's see where he goes. I want
leaving something revised, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having fun on with my guys.
No, go higher again.
Going up, but is that a surprise? Yeah.
Trust yourself.
Work now, I'm reaping benefits. Man, I swear I'm eyes on benefits. I don't give a fuck, just send. They were like Beckham and bend it.
But like it's half and half.
Then spend it. If it's nice, then spend it. If it's nice, then smoke. Pack in my hand, I'm not breathing right. Hey, oh no. Looked in her eyes and I seen the light. And you know I really like to fall on you.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit much on the bass.
You know I really like to stall on you.
Little bit punch in the face. There's a lot of freaking time where a lot of people gonna get punched in the face. And everybody freaking know what the hell I'm gonna freaking do, but you know what I'm about to pay to the punch to the gay tongue, gonna take front in the way sometimes freaking I don't even know. Alright, what did you guys think about that?
I squished it, mama.
This right here, I do feel like there's slight potential, right? There are gonna be some people like, nah, hell nah, man. What was that? You know, I could hear some of what was going on, right? There was some clarity to your vocals, but the beat was still within a, you know, like that bass is a little bit, you know, much or whatnot. We do want bass to be in songs. Like, don't get us wrong. Like, we love to bump our favorite records, regardless of the genre. If we like it, we're gonna crank it up. The problem comes when a artist or whoever's mixing the record thinks that the key is to turn everything up to 200, or, you know what I'm saying, basically just to crank it up as loud as you can, you know, to the max to make it bump. And like, some of you are only thinking about the phone test, right? Like, as long as I can hear, you know, everything on our phone, you know what I'm saying, it's good. Like, no, listen, if you balance everything right, if you do it properly, you'll be able to both hear it on the phone, hear it on other sound systems. It's not going to sound like anything is getting, you know, overpowered by, you know, saying this and that. And then when it comes to the melodies on the song, I think I wanted way more. You know, for any artist, I don't always favor when you stay only in a lower side of the spectrum, because it doesn't really show your range too much, right? And there was a certain part where he did start to go a little bit higher, and I was like, oh, okay, let's see. And then he pretty much, you know, stopped that from there. And I'm like, nah, you need to show us more of those sort of, you know, higher tones, and make sure that you know that what you say on the record is and should be important. If you're more about the vibe itself than the actual content in the record, you will be here today and gone tomorrow for a lot of people, right? Because they have to resonate with you. They have to relate to the record. It can't simply be, you know, something that's fairly decent for just a moment in a movie, somebody getting out of a car, you know, in slow motion, thinking they look cool, or actually looking cool, you know, while the song sort of plays, and then it's sort of, you know, out. You know what I'm saying? A moment isn't necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, you want to be that thing that, like, no, that song is their life or whatnot. Not every song is supposed to be that. I know. You just know what I'm saying. Like, you want to feel like the artist is putting their all into every record. This is just more of a vibe, something chill. For me, I want to find y'all best work though, and even more, the title of the record, right? Breathing Right. You know, if I'm looking at the back of your CD, I don't know what the other songs are, you know, but that's one that I go, oh, let me see what this sounds like, right? And immediately it hit a whole different style than what I thought was gonna come out of that. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was gonna be something dope, creative, something more hard hitting. You know, the actual, you know, hip hop. Let me get in here, you know, and then something that kind of plays off of that character from Malcolm in the Middle who did the breathing thing. I think he had a wheelchair and a, you know, I know what, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's something that sort of went in half and half, right? I've heard another artist sort of do that, by the way, too, so it wouldn't have been something new, but yeah, no, there's still some potential, right? What do we have? Was that a 6? A 6.7? Hold on. All right. What did we say? What do we say? What do you say? You say get a limiter, you know what I'm saying, on that ASAP, man. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. Wheeled up. And you said, I didn't hear one word 808 guy said, man. You see, it is important. It is important or whatnot. You said mine is just a beat. Shout out to DJ Lumpy. DJ Lumpy music, man. You know what I'm saying? And what do you see? So anyways, you seems like such a funny dude. Yes, because I am a funny dude, somewhat. You know, I still haven't figured out how to do some actual stand-up because I don't write jokes per se. You know, what I say is like my comedy comes in the form of, you know, my music and my actual just like personality. When you come to the show, you get us live, you get moments, you get random skits that just pop out of my freaking head that you can imagine. You know, if you guys got a good enough imagination, the skits will you know, entertain you there. But as soon as I get an animator, man. As soon as I get an animator, man, it's over. Because all of the stupid shit that I did is crazy, man. What did you say? What do you say? He said, Dorky wants you to breathe, right? What do you say, right, Juilliard? You know what I'm saying? Type, man. Listen, man. I just thought it was gonna be more creative. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Let me see who we got next. Cam Coyle. You are the next. We have your SoundCloud link in the cusp. As we do it, whatnot. He said, just do improv. I mean, that could work. That could work or whatnot. My thing, though, listen, here's the thing, right? I've always been good at, like, my own, like, I think my own brand of, you know, comedy, feeding off of others. Not something that I necessarily, you know what I'm saying, tried yet, right? So getting into that, like, oh, okay, so here's a whole situation. Like, everything usually comes directly from my head, and then when it comes to, again, that live aspect, you know, it's just the random, you know, moments or whatnot. Again, I gotta go back and see if I can just make clips of all those just, like, things, and then see what happens, you know what I'm saying? See what I can get to make the things or whatnot, and then that way I can at least give examples, you know, of those on top of that. Cam Coyle, you
From
are
the moment you wake up,
next. Voiceovers is another freaking thing. Why have I not figured out that proper way, like what I should freaking do? At the very least, I need to have one, just like, let me replace the actual audio for, like, this cartoon or anime or something like that, and then, like, you know, make it funny and hilarious or whatnot. I used to do that all the time, just me and the homie for regular people when we were just at places and we would just, like, stare at people and then pretend we were talking for them, or turn the volume down on, like, you know, a movie and then start creating your own freaking thing. It's fun when you can just kind of make the right stuff, you know what I'm saying, sort of happen or whatnot. But anyways, let me go. What's good? Hey, move down. You got to send it to our email. That's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. You got to send it to our freaking email. Oops, my bad. So it's called Gone. By Cam Coyle.
First things first, how are you? Last time we spoke, oh, you had me so confused. And when I hear you now, it's all brand new to me.
True that.
But don't see me go, don't see me go. Don't see me go, don't see me go. Don't leave.
Join in, everybody. Come on. When the freaking back in it. There's a lot of time when you wanted to play baseball without the freaking bats in it. Also,
So much you're saying to me, but it doesn't do shit.
try to send it again.
Do shit for me. I don't wanna be.
I don't see anybody in the
Check. I've gone
spam either.
changes. Don't care for relations. Can't be, won't be overstimulated. What a fucked up situation. You and I simulated. Look at myself when I'm way back then. I don't know if I could really say back then how the fuck I felt when I would break back then. Kept it on the side, was surprised back then. Now they're asking questions that want me to be a light, a guide, a lead. It's trite, indeed. No, I got some issues, but that doesn't involve them. Love the old Cam, say scram to the evolvement.
You don't send them all. You never get how to do something. You don't send them all in one email. They have to be separate. Unless you sent 2 versions of the same thing. They have to be separate unless your skip says back to back. Not bad. What did you guys think about that song right there? 1 to 10 million on 2,000 welcome. That was Cam Coyle with Gun. That was a nice little change up. You put that under trance music. But like I hear that and I think in between like alternative, a small amount of country, maybe folk, you know what I'm saying? Like it goes into I think a few different genres. Trance is not one that popped up in my head, you know what I'm saying, at all. You know what I'm saying, when we're thinking about the production. Maybe like a few small elements, you know what I'm saying, here and there, but not big enough for me to want that to be like the main thing. But I like what you were doing within there, right? It's a little bit slower, more freaking chill or whatnot, but it had some decent vocals and you know situations within there. You of course got us to 3 minutes and 36 seconds, which again, we love y'all. Okay, we want y'all to work. We want you guys to work. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does, if you were an artist, what does that look like? Well, if it were an actual job, right? Let me tell you, okay? You want to act like you're paid to go to the studio and create your music, right? And then I want you to act like the more song that you do, right? The more that you actually put into the record, the more you'll get paid. Right? Because people are able to spend more time with you and the record, right? And in that occasion, if you have less song, your song gets played, you're out. It's either right to commercial or another artist. You have to be reminded of that. Even in a competition form, right? If you're literally in a competition, who wants to have less time actually showing people the talent so that they can get to the next, you know, round or whatnot, right? You literally, you know, like just imagine you going up against you have your one verse and to a potential chorus, and the verse is amazing still, right? You go in, you like, you know, switch it up a bunch of times, you rap fast, you have all the energy in the world and shit like that. You impress people with that, but then the next artist, they have a whole production, right? Violins come out, you know what I'm saying? They have, you know, just like things that allow the atmosphere to sort of change throughout the time or whatnot. A real drummer that just brings out, you know, a sound like no other or whatnot. When you hear live music in a different way, it hits differently. And, you know, there are artists in other genres who they don't really make a lot of the short songs because they realize that. They know, like, you know what, if I actually have a good, you know, energy within the record, good chorus, maybe have a bridge over here or whatnot, and they have the time to really think about those bridges. The production will often, you know, change within, you know, those contexts, you know, as well. So that does feel like, you know, there's something going on. So you gotta just make sure that you're essentially doing the right things or whatnot. But yeah, we had a great record. This is something where if you had a video to it, we could really see, you know, the visual sort of transforming through. I see that as one of those videos that start off black and white, and then as time progresses, the color starts, you know, washing over the world in different ways or whatnot. It's always up to you how creative you want to get and what actually makes that color come through And or if you want to make it the opposite, if the world is very colorful, but because of, you know, whatever you may be depressed, you know, by or whatnot, you know, it just sort of starts turning everything around it gray or whatnot. I think that's almost that you can make that a metaphor in both ways, right? Because if you have all the life in you, if you love, you know, just the world or whatnot, your positivity, the way that you react to people can affect them as well. I could be having a bad day, you could be having a good day. You make me feel better about my bad day. Now I'm not treating somebody else like an asshole or whatnot, right? So you could do it both ways, where, you know, you're going throughout bringing that color because of your music or whatever, right? It brings that light back into everybody, you know, who, again, they're just like cut off from the world and society just as it is, right? And vice versa, opposite side, it's like what the world has been doing to people, right? Going throughout, and just basically you chronicling, you know, that fall of the fall of man. Anyways, big salute, man. He said that's a good idea. I'm saying, and like, look, any of you guys can go ham and take that. He said lo-fi alt folk country, 100%. That's spot on. You know what I'm saying? That song's chill. And I agree with that. I agree 100%. Manette Garden, what'd you say? You said, hey bro, just letting you know. So I sent 2 tracks. One of them you listened to in 1 minute mode and said you actually like that song, you know what I'm saying, it will come back. But wasn't, you know, so I got it, whatnot. So then that one, well, I mean, we still always remember. Well, actually, so if I told you to send it back in 1 minute mode, for people who don't know, when it usually gets later in the show, if we still have a lot of submissions, we will jump into a 1 minute mode that allows us to get records played a little bit quicker, but it mandatorily plays all the rest of the free line records for 1 minute, right? It really tests out how dope your song truly is in those moments, because if the song is, let's say it's just bad, we forcefully still have to listen to 1 minute of the song that's not that good, right? And so if people are begging for it to stop, but we can't until that 1 minute is up, you know there's more that you gotta do to that record, even if it was only 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Within the 1 minute, people still don't like what they're hearing, so you need to, you know, do something. However, on the opposite side, if by that 1 minute people basically go, oh man, why'd you cut it? You know, if they basically mentally want to hear more, but they feel cheated because it just, you know, cut off a little bit early, you know, then you know you're doing a good job. You got people to that 1 minute, and essentially with any song that you guys do, every minute on the record is the same. 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes. For if you can continue to entertain someone and impress them throughout, they will listen for however long that record is or whatnot. We want to see this thing through and really see, you know, what the artist is really capable of and stuff like that. Let me put in the skip from Motown right quick.
Black Panther, lap dancer, that man sure has cancer. Ask answers, get questions, big weapons, blast master, quick faster, mix master, zigzags in a big bag for the kickback. Let me hit that search, switch back into Christopher. Listen, man, there is no way in hell that you're slower than I am. I will donate a snail. This is why we're here, man. You're going to jail. Peter Griffin, hashtag, where's Steve Carell?
All right, so again, when you win skips on the show, unless it says a 2, 3, 4, 5 song back-to-back skip, usually you have to send them, you know, as separate skips, separate emails or whatnot. And what we do is we put each skip in between records in the free line or the skip line or whatnot, just to be fair or whatnot, right? Again, a back-to-back is a back-to-back, while a standard, you know, skip of any kind is just that or whatnot. So if you get 3 skips, if basically we go to the giveaway well tonight and you win 3 skips, it does not mean it's 3 songs back to back. It is 3 separate skips and it would be treated as if you came 10 minutes apart with each record and then, you know, made something else and then came right back and then sent another skip. And, you know, it would basically be treated like that. So this one is You Know What It's Like by Mellow McLean. Let me see, did I throw it in there? Here we go. And we'll go back into the
You know what it's like, chasing this shit all your life. Almost had a deal twice, you know what it's like. Counting the sleepless nights from all the demons I fight. You know what it's like, when your future was bright. Now your pocket's real tight, you know what it's like. Always end up being wrong, even when I'm doing right. You know what it's like, spilling my heart on this mic. Niggas keep saying I'm nice, it's not polite. I mean, it's something slight. You might rewind this twice to catch these bites. Feeling like Mike B. Jordan Jackson, please believe the hype. I got the package, I did the groundwork. This shit is not overnight. The cost of living is high, and just to get by, my nigga, I paid the price. People be living to die, I live in the lie, my nigga, I'm living through Christ. I'm out this world like I'm in a basket, on a bike, taking flight, phone home just to talk to God in dark times. I've been looking for light, who better than? I'm from the block where the ghetto is. Devil at the door, don't let him in. God trying to make me a better man. Can't fit the shoes and I'm stepping in. I look good in my melanin, deep in my bag like a peppermint. You ain't speaking life, it's irrelevant. Look, I'm the example, God don't give me nothing I cannot handle. In the field, we ain't got time to scramble, make a play, we gon' do what we plan. So niggas too fragile, moving too careful, do what I want, I don't care if I'm canceled. Deal with the realest, don't fuck with the randoms. Deep in my feelings when making this anthem like, you know, you know what it's like, chasing this shit all your life. Almost had a deal twice. You know what it's like, countless sleepless nights from all the demons I fight. You know what it's like, when your future was bright. Now your pocket's real tight. You know what it's like, always end up being wrong, even when I'm doing right. You know what it's like, to stay here, waking up with a blank stare, looking in the mirror just to face fears with a lot of feelings I can't spare. Dark or light don't really matter, cause being black just ain't fair. When a 9 to 5 make you slave there, gotta talk to God cause it takes prayer. All the times I would penny pitch, now it's time to focus on getting rich. Can't be fucking on any bitch, need a legacy for my lineage. She is brilliance and resilience, so I had to learn from experience that you gotta watch who you're dealing with, cause a lot of niggas amphibians. Look, tell them hop off my genitals, gotta protect my physical, niggas try to block my visual, I see through those jiggables, gotta get in my element, stepping on shit like militant, hood but still intelligent, ghetto representative, look, I'm the example, God don't give me nothing I cannot handle. In the field, we ain't got time to scramble, make a play, we gon' do what we plan to. Niggas too fragile, moving too careful, do what I want, I don't care if I'm canceled. Deal with the realest, don't fuck with the randoms. Deep in my feelings when making this anthem live.
Time. I don't wanna care. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with a lot of things, but I don't even know.
Yeah,
Mellow McLean, man. So like this and this one was you know, dope, and you know, a perfect example of the usual thing that I say for all artists when you go on any record is better to not be repetitive and to have variation within your verse. If you notice, man, every section, you know, he switched it up and did something a little bit different or whatnot, right? Switched the speed at which, you know, he rapped, and, you know, it shows your skill as an artist to basically have way more than one idea for any given record or whatnot, right? Like literally we think about the intelligence of an artist and stuff like that, and how some artists will just be, you know, a little bit too simple. When you just go, all right, what does this thing make me feel? And you think about maybe 1 or 2 melodies, you know, tops or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And then you do it the whole way. Same flow, same exact, you know, melody, nothing changes. You don't think that's not gonna be, you know, as impressive to a good chunk of the crowd? There will be some people who see the little bit of vibe that you do have there. But when you truly want to impress people, it's always going to be that variation. How many ways can I attack this record while also making sure that I have a main, you know, maybe like, I don't think he had a chorus, you know what I'm saying, on this. So there is that aspect of, you know, when you don't have a chorus, it's more of a, or well, it did feel like there was one sort of like in that the in between, you know what I'm saying, sort of area. But when and if you don't have a chorus, it comes off more of just like, this is just a demonstration of me being able to rap, you know, take a listen, you know, but you come in there, you know what I'm saying, you throw it, and I think the choruses were
you know what it's like, chasing this shit all your life.
Is that's the chorus and shit like that. I had forgot that those little mid sections were there. But let me give you I'm gonna send something through the email, bam. That's exactly how you supposed to do it. So
be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Now let me stop. What did you say? It's exactly no breakups. You know what I'm saying? Chorus is always important, man. I mean, look, it's gonna pull a song together. There was one other thing that I wanted to say before I moved on. But again, think about many different ways that you can attack any given record. People will always be impressed, right? They do want you to switch it up. They want you to, you know, yes, have a chorus. Have a chorus is the mainstay. It keeps you anchored, right? The chorus keeps you anchored in the record, knowing exactly where you are. Oh, this is from the third verse. This is from the second verse. You know where you're at. You're reminded of what the actual song title often is. You know, and for people who don't have that time just yet to remember the verse, right? They will at least be a little bit more synonymous with the chorus by the end of the song or whatnot, right? When they're thinking about the song later, they're able to call back to the chorus first. Then they go and then, you know what I'm saying, when they're listening to it consistently, they'll eventually learn, you know, your verses, you know, through and through or whatnot. But you want, at the very least, people to be synonymous, you know, with that chorus and want to sing it along, you know, with you in that crowd or whatnot, to get in there. So do that, you know what I'm saying? And then what do you say? Pretty easy to, you said pretty easy to replicate live. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what's up as well. I mean, is that good? You almost look like you said it in a bad way.
This song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna choke through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
Alright, we're back in the free line. And I may play one more after free line as well, and then we'll throw his other one in the thing. Hold on. We already had got one from YouTube.
Mi día empieza con un refrescante.
Hey, first of all, I do need to learn Spanish, so thank you for at least trying. Now let's find here. Let me put up this. And close this, and close this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. How many freaking tabs? I need to not let this go past like 3.
I just leave fast, I need many more. On the speed dance, you leave me alone. I just steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Nigga steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Nigga steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Yeah, we steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Leave my trap politics, I think I don't have no choice. I just rap what it is, all these niggas too influenced. I get money, then I lit, I just open up the doors. I been fluent in the shit, to my city of the noise, of the noise, of the noise. To my city of the noise, she wanna go out with her friends, that's some shit I can't endorse. She a model, fine, she put a ring on her chorus. On the topic of your mouth, I can hear it in your voice, in your ayy, I need the money the fast way. And I do the dash around the corner when we come in the cash rate. If I had unlimited bands, then you would've seen me like I was a castaway. And every time I do my dance, you throwing that ass, I feel it retaliate. I get money, it can't be a bad day. If it's not about money, then translate.
We was told 6 out in Cali. I been eating good, no Cali. See my mama depending on me, so that mean that I can't be distracted. If it's not about money, then leave. If you got a problem, then you gotta mask it. Cause I don't like the way you reacting. Nigga, you know that this life ain't fair. Most of these bots is passive. If you got a dream, then you gotta chase it. Don't live your life in a past tense. My city depending on me, and I'm dependent on the back end. And you don't wanna see me win, you just wanna see me steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Nigga, steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Nigga, steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. Nigga, steal from the rich, give it back to the poor. With my trap politics, I think I don't have no choice. I just rap what it is. All these niggas too influenced. I get money, then I lit. I just open up the doors. I've been fluent in legit to my city of the noise.
There's a lot of time when you freaking go. There's a lot of freaking people who freaking are close. Freaking never open up the door, open up the whole freaking thing. I don't even know what the hell I'm about to freaking say, but I be going to the freaking gym just so I can go and freaking explode. Anyway, let me stop and hit this button over here because we gotta clap with it down. I like that. I like that right there. Here from the beach and get back to the boat. Listen, at the very beginning of the song, I almost was getting ready to gear up and hit that Dorky Don't Play That or whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? I almost assumed, man. Because at the very beginning, you was playing around a little bit. It did start to hit a, obviously I'm about to do a mumble rap, kind of record. And I was so glad I was like able to hear everything that you said on the record. You didn't perform it in that way where, again, you still say the same thing that you would have said on the record, but in that mumble rap fashion. I want to always reiterate that it's important that we do hear what you say so we can really see how much you're potentially sliding the record. If all we're hearing is, just flows and we're like, what did he even say right there? You know what I'm saying? Again, we know that you'll have the potential to hit a certain direction, but there would still be a filter that's, over your brain that hasn't lifted up yet that allows, the real performance to cut through or whatnot. But nah, man, like as soon as everything, cut in, like you start singing with the chorus pretty much right away and shit like that. It's an anthem. You still from the get back to the it's something I can feel the crowd, going crazy for as well. Yes, it is 2 minutes and 8 seconds. So I will leave that up to the crowd right now. The chat, you guys can let me know how you guys feel about this record being that short or whatnot. I always say that everyone, if you like a record, we will always welcome more time within it. Only if you were boring, repetitive, and not saying anything. If you weren't really sliding that shit, then we'd be like, all right, man, how long is this? You know what I'm saying? Because we don't really see enough entertainment value in what's happening. But if you're doing a good job, you can take a record in, a little bit further. If you only have a very limited amount of ideas and sort of like what we hear is, pretty much what you had in you, right? That's when you open it up for a potential feature. What other ways can you extend your song, to make it, worth that wow, even in a remix sort of like factor, right? So you put it out as a challenge. I've said this many times. You've seen it also as evidence yourself, most likely in your own timelines, right? Put it out as a challenge on, things like, the TikToks and IGs and YouTubes, and let people duet with it. Find the best artists for the job, and it's free promotion when you guys do that anyway. So even if you don't pick someone, you got a lot of different artists who will hear that, want to get on and try to either freestyle or write something to, what would be an open verse. And, with that, let's just always, I just use myself as an example. If I do it, I have an audience, right? Everyone in my timeline sees it. A lot of you guys are artists, right? So at that point, anyone else who also feels that record, they end up wanting to do the same thing and take that same, challenge, see if they can, be better. And all you have to do as the artist is make sure that you also do reactions to those people. Like, go back and let them know that you're watching, because that's what it's about. It's about letting the community of people that, oh man, I heard that beat the other day, let me see what I could do now. You know what I'm saying? But when they know you're watching, they hope that they'll be seen by you, and like post the ones that you do feel like okay, I'm looking at this one, you know what I'm saying, for a potential, the actual feature, or maybe a cypher version of the song where you got a few more. Always up to you what you want to do. Nonetheless, we appreciate that. All right, let me get back into the free line with one more, and then we got that other one from Will Smith coming up. We will see what up. What is this? DJ Portillo. What do you say? Need to give immediate feedback. What do you mean? What do you feed it? What do you feed it? What do you feed? He said, you got me as an audience. Yes, sir. And then what do you say? And I spelled it out for the crew. They know why I be sliding this city and stuff like that. That what's up. And Big Zen, what up, dog? What up, Big Zen? Why does this one keep plopping up? Listen, Trino, we only can play one of your shits, sir. So it don't matter how many other freaking things. We still gonna go back into the thing. Hold on. We gotta play who else instead. I'm going back. I'm going to the next one in line. It's Soul Expression by Max Override. And then I'll get that. That scared me. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, check it. Listen, overriding it. A lot of freaking people be finding some freaking place in their house. They be hiding shit. People be like, hey, Dorky, like, are you high as shit? I always like when they tell you if you was wet, I'm dry as shit. I don't know what is like happening, but I'm writing it, speaking is cool. I'm either freestyling or writing shit. I also look in the sky and wonder where the hell the lightning went, but I am... This is like way too loud. You're right, boomerang. Looking at my watch as time's going by. I'm looking at this beat from Max Override. And a lot of freaking people that play hide and go seek. But half of those people do not wanna hide. I am over here and like trying to look at all the shit and all of y'all artists that hopefully never caught a quiz. Cause it is something that like if you're dope, you will make sure that you're going like places to eat the soap. Or make sure it's clean. I don't even know if I know what I mean. Randomly acting like I am a machine, and people know that what I did hide inside the green. It's not made for like a rapper. Not made for a rapper. For the cocktail, gonna catch her. For the cocktail, gonna catch her. Matter of fact, hey, gonna catch her. Gonna catch her. I like the switch ups of drums. K-Tim! All right. All right, so I've said For a lot of producers, I've often said, you know, to make your beats feel lived in, and all I ever mean by that is for you guys to make sure that you are, you know, that your presence is felt throughout the beat, right? You know, there are some producers who will just go in and add one loop, maybe 3 different variations of the thing tops, and they don't change, you know what I'm saying, anything else, you know, after that or whatnot. But we should feel like you're in there, you know, pretty much doing any kind of work or whatnot, right? We know the 2 different aspects of, you know, the producers that make beats for song purposes, and then those that might be more of like the Dead Mouses, the Skrillex, freaking, you know what I'm saying, the ones that are more, they're DJs, but then also they make their own, you know, mixes. They do produce as well. And sometimes they'll add vocals to it, or produce around vocals, or just, you know, take sound bites, or just, you know, it's just a beat itself. But that sort of structure is still always going to matter, right? Always making sure that you have a structure that, like, if there was an artist there, if they were trying to go in and have, you know, a chorus or certain sections, you know, you still want those things to reflect. When people are, you know, at the raves and, you know, different parties where these kind of things are played and they're actually, you know, dancing to it, you know, they want, you know, a consistency between, you know, a lot of different, you know, pieces of production, but they also want that differentiality. Again, the breakdowns, knowing that it's going to change, all of a sudden jump into like a dubstep section, stuff like that. Like, you know, it always drives the crowd crazy or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you maybe go into like samples and things that people know, but you flip it in a dope way. I think we got a perfect comment in that, you know, it reminded us of like Boomerang, right? And that was spot on. That was, you know, saying, Sean, you said, I love this. It's like Boomerang cartoon commercial, whatnot. And like, you guys got to think about that as well. Some people, they're like, they directly go for, okay, I need an artist on this, right? Then there's that aspect of maybe you should sync license it, right? For a movie, TV show, video game, commercial, something like that. Even for the simplicity of, you know, Cartoon Network and Adult Swim or you know, Boomerang, when they have those little just ads, right, where they coming up at 5, you know what I'm saying, and they just show you a few of the things and little snippets of the thing real quick or whatnot, but they'll be playing, you know, something like that in the background, right? You know, and as long as you know where to market things at, you know, you probably get a little bit more money from sync than even, and this goes for artists too. A lot of you guys are like, let me make this song and then release this song, and then I'm gonna go viral and I'm gonna get all the money in the world for freaking that or whatnot, man. I saw a post recently from a producer and an artist separately who basically had said how much they made for almost like 1 million, you know, streams, and it wasn't really even a lot, right? So it's one of those things of like, you know, you work hard to even just get that like first, you know, million, and you know, you want to be able to put that whatever money that you get, you know, back into the music itself, and being able to, you know, continuing to double down and hopefully it grows and stuff. But you need to find the proper ways and places to market things so they get that faster sort of like growth or whatnot, right? Movies, TV shows, video games, those are the fastest ways or whatnot, right? Because you have people, think about, for anybody who's played Grand Theft Auto 5, right? Show of hands in the building for any of you guys. As a matter of fact, for any of you guys who have played a Grand Theft Auto game at all, raise your hand, right? And I'm willing to bet for everyone who has raised their hand, you guys know, like any of the games that I mentioned, at least one song will pop up in your head from that game, right? Because the soundtracks that they compiled all the artists that they worked with, that they allowed to be a part of those soundtracks. You know, they curated in a way where every song was perfect, every commercial was perfect, and they made it something, you know, memorable, where, you know, it's literally a part of the game. There are some games that I don't remember, like Watch Dogs. I barely remember, you know, the soundtrack to any other games on the radio stations on there. And again, I like the game. I just, you know, it don't remember too much. There's maybe only one I remember from like some of the older Saints Row games. You know, well, Grand Theft Auto always has been that memorable, right? But yeah, think about all the artists that are on those soundtracks and how many times people have played the games and heard those. At one point, I loved the game so much that I downloaded the entire soundtrack, every single song, and just rode around, you know, the city, like playing the actual, you know, soundtrack, like I was in the game. I just wanted to feel like I was always, you know what I'm saying, within it. And I loved, you know, just the songs that they had or whatnot. So if you get in that right movie, that right game, that right commercial where people just absolutely love it, you know, you're getting like replay value like no other. Not only are you also getting the plays from the people that hear your song and then want to go hear it themselves, but you're getting the royalties from how many times that, you know, maybe commercial or something like that plays. I don't know how they pay royalties to stuff like Grand Theft Auto, but hold on. I do kind of want to see if I can check. Let me see. Let me stop that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever. Don't you ever. Don't you. Let me stop. Okay. I need to sign in here and show I care. Wait, why would that be? Let me see if I'm able to do this. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, I'm just gonna Google it then. Let me see. How are artists paid royalty wise if their song is in GTA 5, right? Just wondering. So for the use of a song in a video game like Grand Theft Auto 5, artists generally aren't paid traditional royalties based on each sale or play of the game. Instead, the music publisher or record label enters into a licensing agreement with Rockstar Games, which grants them the right to use the song in the game for a specific period of time. This typically involves an upfront one-time fee paid by Rockstar, you know, to the publisher and label. But if you guys are indie and that were to happen, right, it would be to you and or your publisher if you own your own, you know, publishing. Let me see. What did it say? The arrangement between the artist and their publisher label determines how this license fee is then split, or if the artist receives a lump sum payout from the publisher. It's important to note the distinction between licensing fees and royalties in this context. Licensing fee, a one-time payment. Oh, it's actually going to go into the differences. I guess if y'all want to know, I can read the rest, but I don't want to make this a whole freaking thing. What I'm really trying to figure out is, you know, sort of then, you know, how much. Basically the how much, right? Like I remember there was a time where, if I'm not mistaken, like there were a few artists who weren't originally in the game. Like I didn't remember hearing like Future at first, maybe give or take Tyler the Creator. I can't remember. I think he might have been in there because we with Fly Low and a lot of the stuff. But there was a few artists, maybe Absol. There was one song with like Absol and maybe like Mac Miller or something like that I remember not being in the game at first, and then eventually they would add that. And then there were licenses that they lost, so they took out, they updated the game and then took out some of those, you know, songs. But how much? What is the lump sum of, you know, even some of the lesser known artists, so you know what you'd be paid in terms of that. It's hey bro, not sure if you got my other email along trap politics, you know what I'm saying? I think you'll like the other one. Again, always remember that we play one song per artist in the free line. That means if we played your song in completion, we didn't hit that dorky, don't play that. That is your one song of the day in terms of being played for free. Anything extra does have to be a skip, so that way we can be fair to everyone. There's always a lot of you guys who do sin. It would be unfair to play more than one of y'all songs if it is not indeed a skip. So skip that line, hit that thing. Skip that line, hit that thing. What do you say? I'm saying cash rules everything around me. Cream get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Queen get the money. Wait, hold on. Did I put in? I was supposed to put in this freaking whole thing. I got into a whole damn conversation and shit.
Lights on, lights off, I can't wait for you to switch. If a nigga think it's sweet, ain't no sugar in my grits. Niggas be on demon time, so I gotta watch my six. Only God can save your soul when your body don't exist. If you owe, yeah, we open. Niggas folded. Didn't know, we would notice. We don't go, but we ain't going. Hide the pole and go to Poland. Laying low like my name Logan. On the flow when I start flowing. You a hoe, but you ain't hoeing. You cold, but I'm the coldest. My heart froze, it been frozen. Hit some tens way back then, now they exes. We ain't bowling. On the road when I start rolling. How you pulling, you still pulling. You a troll and I ain't trolling. Niggas sober, bitch, we solid. Baby, I ain't lying. Board the plane, read the pilot. Peace and quiet, you should try. Do my freaky shit in private. Got the knowledge from a noggin. Grip a neck, she get excited. Shoot a movie, gotta hide it. Can't confirm it, can't deny it. I'm cooking, get a plate. I'm good looking, fix your face. Can't remember your address, cause you do not know your place. Moving in and out of state. Think I'm good, bitch, I'm great. Hit them with a combination.
Got 30 minutes.
Think you say, huh?
The freak? Why would?
Can't remember your address, cause you do that shit in private. Got the knowledge from a noggin. Grip a neck, she get excited. Shoot a movie, got her off. I can't zone lights.
Definitely another record I would want to hear a little bit more freaking of. And what I like about Mellow McLean is that I can hear you take charge of every record that you do, right? Like I can tell that you feel each one, otherwise you won't rap on the beat. And there are occasions where I even like, you know, what you're doing even more than, you know, what the production is, and you'll bring up the sort of level of the you know, overall, you know, track. In these cases, again, that one did not need to be short within itself or whatnot. I feel like, you know, any song where you actually have a good energy and you are saying something, right? Again, you guys can do what you want. Get in there, make it longer, have fun. We will still, you know, enjoy and be able to go in there. Now, if it is short, right, I think you talk yourself out of like radio. You talk yourself out of very specific, you know, things, right? I think about soundtracks too, because, you know, it like there will be a song that will be used and it'll take like 15 seconds. Maybe it's just one person walking in slow motion, staring at the main characters, and while they're like, damn, you know what I'm saying? And it's just something playing in that slow motion aspect, right? They'll use 15 seconds of that, but it doesn't mean that they want only 15 seconds of record and then are going to use your whole 15 seconds and that's it, right? You can make your record a standard however long you need to, and they'll take what they want for this section of, you know, the song itself or whatnot. Nobody's saying make 10-minute records and stuff like that. I'm just saying trust yourselves a little bit more. I'm gonna always be a broken record when it comes to, song length and certain things on the show, because I always feel like I need to reteach or remind other artists who might have not, heard certain things yet or whatnot. And they need to know, like, again, not to do repetition, not to, we talk about freestyle tracks as well. Like, if we can tell you're freestyling, go back in. Keep doing it until we cannot tell that it's freestyle, until we can feel like it's, written and, something professional. Then people will be impressed in that way. Shout out to Motown. What'd you say? Is that if I was a producer to help taller, why aren't producers on here? If I was a producer to help taller, so I'm trying to figure out what you were trying to say there. But like, look, if every time you guys have certain questions like that, I would love for you to take it amongst yourself as a mission to try to do and help with just that, right? Be like, you know what? Let me put out a post that lets producers know, head over to that Dorky Review Show, send some of your beats or whatnot, get reviewed. Like, I've wanted to do a little bit of a beat battle and, different things where you guys can, what is it called, essentially? I think Holly had done one of those before too, where, a little bit of a fundraiser for the producers and kind of linking them up with artists and different stuff like that. Like, those are, I think, very important, especially with this era of a lot of you guys going out there and just kind of getting YouTube beats and not even respecting those producers enough to put their name, right? Half of the battle is because you don't know them yet in most occasions, right? Like, literally just when you are up the let me put in so-and-so type beat, you're not even thinking about who produced the type beat, right? You automatically go into just like, all right, let me rap to this, beat and try to get into that energy. But we have to get back to the days of, respecting each individual producer, allowing them to feel important for the actual beats that they are able to come up with. Nothing that's in a type beat sort of like thing, because again, as soon as they get into a type beat, they're out of their own identity or whatnot, right? We have to push them to maintain a sense of self, and just look at some of the greats out there, from the Pharrells, the Timberlands, the Swiss Beats, Dr. Dre's, Scott Storch. You're able to see and hear their sound within their production every step of the way. No matter who they work with, you could always tell when it was a Dre beat, when it was a something produced by Pharrell. Again, I'm not gonna go just rename everybody who I just did, but even Kanye, right? Kanye had a very specific style of drums that he would use. He would add in people coming in playing violins and stuff like that. He'd bring like man, what's his name? I don't know why I keep forgetting his name every freaking time. What's the Ordinary People? He'd bring him to the studio just to sing, a small part on a bridge or freaking, chorus or whatnot. Like, he'd have the foresight to sort of do things. We need to do that same thing. Make it dope enough for people to want to see our process as a producer, and let that inspire other people to want to go in the studio and kind of do the same thing. Get inspired, get new equipment, figure out how to really do things. Let me see what we got next. We're in the free line.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
We try to play as much as we can. We got about 20 minutes freaking left.
DJ Lumpy.
I'll try to come back in like an hour if I can or so.
But we could go faster.
DJ Lumpy music.
Tell me the password. What would I do?
It's an investment. Yeah, John Legend. You know it's popular. What do you mean popular? Gotta go give it, I don't even know what to do, but you know what, I have a freaking hammer, about to go lift it. It's freaking cool. There's a lot of time when you wouldn't want to freaking see me in school. When I'm back in the door, when I'm back in the door. Matter of fact, I don't know if I'm like actually DJ Lumpy. So that was DJ Lumpy with Yukon, a little bit of a piece of production that honestly can also be utilized as, you know, like I could see someone trying to do something, you know, where they create a little bit of a dance, you know, with it or you know, something like that. As well as, you know, potentially an artist getting on that. Now, obviously, that's always going to be up to the artist in question. And so, as always, good luck to seeing what actually happens, you know, with that. Is it a little bit short because it falls, you know, basically around that, you know, 2 minutes. It's like 1 minute and 57 seconds. You know, again, that's really going to depend on what artist gets on and what they do, right? If there was an actual singer, I feel like people would definitely want them to, you know, stay around, you know, a little bit longer. And it probably would be a little bit, you know, more slowed down freaking too. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere around. I don't know what I'm gonna do it. I don't know about you. Everybody knows about you. What you gotta do. And what I don't even know about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get in there and like you do some R&B shit, or, you know what I'm saying, at that speed. Which now makes me want that version as well. Well, you got some work to do, Lucy. Got the work to do. Everybody up and down freaking, they always jerking you. Always like make sure that freaking like you don't know if a lot of times a lot of freaking people really wanna hurt your crew. People also Psyche.
Every time I look at you, I want you to be my boo. There's nobody like you. Every time I look at you, I feel. Hey, every time I look at you, I feel so embarrassed, cause you don't want me to. I feel like I can't move. Feel like I can't sleep. Every time I look at you, I can't stop looking, cause you're so cute. I wanna be a boo, I wanna be a boo, but I know you don't like me. Feel like I'm drowning. Feel like I'm drowning. Why is love?
You kind of sound like a cat. You know what I'm saying? Like you do kind of feel like you're whining on this record, right? Yeah, like don't get me wrong, but we gotta hit this burden.
Breaking news. Your music is the worst thing since sniffing Lizzo's armpit while sipping on a glass of pickled doo-doo juice.
No, listen. So I think the writing could be a little bit better. I do like the melodies, but how you're singing it is going to be the problem, right? Again, just feels like you're whining. And I always think about, okay, if you're sending this to the girl, you know, what does she think, right? If it doesn't win her back or make her like you in the first place, you know, there definitely, you know, wasn't enough you know, filling in there, or again, just the performance in the right way. Sometimes a harmonization will be that great addition, you know, to it. Other times, you know, your words and melodies are fine, but it's just, you know, you, and having somebody else get on there and, you know, kind of sing things, you know, through may help it, you know, a little bit more. But I know you guys want to be artists, right? You guys are just aspiring artists that want to go out there and be able to, you know, do that thing. But, you know, if you want to be the artist that basically, you know, if you want to be the artist that makes the song truly get out there, then you have to put in a lot more work. Sometimes, literally, you guys have written a reference record for a better artist, and you just have to sort of figure out who that artist should be, and kind of let that roll, and get the writers credits, get the executive producers, you know what I'm saying, credits, whatever, right? Because seeing that happen with the right artists, it would definitely get out there further. People would, you know, feel it in a, you know what I'm saying, more serious way or whatnot. But in this one, I think everybody sort of like listens and they'll think in that same context of, you know, man, I don't know if she came back, you know what I'm saying, after that or whatnot, right? Because I don't think they want to hear us whine, you know what I'm saying? They do want to hear us, you know, with a dope, you know, kind of emotional, you know, there's a lot of I'm sorry freaking records from a Casey and JoJo, a freaking R. Kelly, a Babyface, Drew Hill, right? So hearing you in that right context, I think, is important. Net of the fact you got things across seas, thinking you just like want to get imported. I want to hear more, but freaking people are like go and pick up. It's a little off key, but with a cool vibe. Yo, this is curfew. With Groove Song. Little bit. I feel like there's probably gonna be an actual freaking voice right here, man. I mean, I slap you so fast that, man, you know, I don't even know why the task at hand was something different. I want to be able to say I'm getting lifted, but this was not a gift, cause freaking people that say that, I don't even know why, but man, see, can't say that, freaking you can't say that, speaking a question that would be worth money. Bend it back, all of my birds funny. I would love to like actually get on stage and kind of do some shit like that though. Actually want to get on stage. I like the instrumental. There's a lot of people who come to your roof show and they sent you shit that I don't know if like a lot of things that I don't even really know. Loving it. So is it me or does live music critique songs, you know what I'm saying, Montreal, something like this? Which ones? Which ones, like people that freaking pick up a lot of times, I just like want to make sure that's, I gotta hurry up too. I would staple that to the paper, to the pencil number 2, so I had it ahead. I like that this actually is real. I like that even without vocals. Understand, even without vocals, I like that, you know, it was real or whatnot. You could just tell just like where the, you know what I'm saying, drums were sort of, you know, going, and, you know, sort of the variation. Sometimes not everything is going to be perfect in certain places, but you like that live aspect, right? You could almost hear what words would potentially actually go in there, you know what I'm saying, record wise. You know, an actual band, obviously, like that would be some new Red Hot Chili Peppers, you know what I'm saying, type shit. Like I could literally hear them, or man, what was the band? I mean, it's please, right? Please, welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. I feel like they could, you know, get on that and do a little something. Also, it reminded me of like that 70s show. There were sort of parts where they would go in and, you know, before a certain scene or after a certain, you know, scene, after the joke was said, and they did again those middle sort of sections where they just show them doing the weird, you know, dance and trippy like visuals for a second before they go into the thing. They sort of play a little something, you know, similar, and then jump into that. They most likely would use that.
You can catch me out the back. Send me that money through fax. G3 got 6 and go black. She fitting me like I'm crack. Tracking my RC on that. You can see me sit on racks. With my homies with the packs. With the homies whipping. Leave me alone, I got money to make. My pockets get big, it will start up a quake. I know your whole game is fugazi, you fake. I upgrade the RC, I make it look cake. And I made up a problem from minimum.
We gotta play one more after this, and then we gotta.
I got more bottles, I swear I'ma wake up to Jake's. I would put RC on track with no keys. Swear you were forming, you took you a plea. We knew you wasn't good fit for the streets. I cannot carry no lie on my meat. You and your homies be scared of the beef. My girl look better than your Beckley's. I got ice off scent with the skis. Yellow diamonds on my neck, I'm a beast. Yellow diamonds on my neck, I'm a boss. Airing out the whip, call me Rick Ross. Pillow talking, watch your head get soft. Money running in my head, I ain't walk. I about put 100 racks in a vault. Watch me replay and never take a loss. I just need face, I don't wanna talk. Watch me PJ, I'm flying over y'all. Can't keep 100, I know you a fake. I clean the beef with the G, no mistake. Your problem's money, I see in your face. On my mama, I'll call me a house on the lake. On my mama, I'll call me a house with a whip. I want Billy exact, I'ma catch me a grill. It get hotter outside, I might rip me a blip. Ain't no promise, I promise you lickety split.
I don't wanna promise shit. A lot of times y'all ain't even like a promise this. I wanna be able to say that your mom is taking the sign because of the sign of the sign. As a matter of fact, you know what, I'm freaking hotter than the sauna, bitch. All of y'all freaking to say that I don't know what the hell I'm about to do, but you should probably give me honest shit. When you come to the show, I'm always honest. When you freaking gotta go send it, I'm not gonna pretend that I don't even think I'm a freaking like get your freaking chicken back. It's gonna bring back freaking. There's a lot of times you don't even think that I'm. I like that, man. Oh my goodness. Beat is dope, energy dope. You got in there, you did your thing, man. I truly appreciate, you know what I'm saying, that's hype. You know what I mean? Like that's right there. Obviously, you know what I'm saying, we've heard songs like that type record. You know, almost Migos, you know, sort of style or whatnot. But I think successfully. Like it feels like, you know, something that they get on to, you know, get them on that, then release it, see what happens. Yeah, make sure y'all follow us on all platforms. We're gonna cut the TikTok side in a moment right now because we're heading out. We got the credits. We got the credits. A lot of freaking things in your video. You got to edit. I did way too many syllables with that. We shall be. Let me tell you that I don't know what to do without your photo. And you know you in the Volvo. And I don't even know what the heck I'm gonna do, but the double. Ah, man. Back in my day, days. It's a lot of freaking time when I used to get blazed. I didn't know what happened. It was a lot of people who freaking had some weed, and so I started rapping. Started getting no freaking review show like this. Then I started yapping. That was in the accent. That good nigga. Honestly, I think this is definitely more for a potential like video game, something in that that area. You know, while I could hear certain things sung or potentially rap to it, you know, it doesn't have that. Okay, Lupe Fiasco, Kendrick, Jay, Busta Rhymes, M, Joyner Luke, like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have the like, I wish all these very specific, you know, artists would get on it type of feel. It's a hard sort of like thing to sort of get. So I go way more to the, you know, video game aspect, right? Some kind of like level, you know, platforming, you know, kind of situation or whatnot. But potential though. Potential.
Bitch, I'm on the car, I'm on my turn. Yeah, we fuck shit up, bitch, I'm on the car, I'm on my turn. Yeah, we fuck shit up, bitch, I'm on my outside, bitch, I'm in the car, I'm on my swing. Yeah, we fuck shit up. Walk hard in my car, yeah, this shit fuck me up. I got 2 bad bitches, top fuck with us. And you ain't gang, you can't hate, bitch, you ain't one of us. I just caught this sale, I said I just popped a pill ball. I send a snake to see block, I get you killed, boy. Pop out, shit get reckless, I said pop out, bitch, I'm flexing, yeah. Pop out, we'll do steppers, we got drinks and max and half and jive. I said, bitch, I'm sipping walk hard, she fuck with the rock stars. Hard as fuck, bitch, I'm on Mars. She fuck with the Zans hard.
I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot that I can't understand so far. You know, you guys do gotta get better sometimes with the, you know, lingo, sort of like how you are saying certain things on the record, but we'll keep going further.
I said she fuck with the Zans hard. I said, yeah. I said, bitch, I'm in the car, I'm on my swing. Yeah, we fuck shit up. Walk hard in my car, yeah, this shit fuck me up.
Like I heard one
2 bad bitches,
line.
top fuck with us. And you ain't gang, you can't hate, bitch, you ain't one of us. Brand new band, I fucked it up, yo. I'm in the fun shit, twin got drop. My niggas come out the front, yo. I'm in the ass, I'm fucked up. Nigga, that real fun. Like flashing, I'm glocking that bush out of running. But start making music, you know that shit buns, yo. I'm in the function, but hoe doing too much, yo. I don't want nothing special, little bit, no, I'm just tryna roll, yo. I'm in that way better down, but don't come outside.
Here who's late in the brain. I gotta ask my freaking doctor what it takes to be strange. I will hit you fucking rappers in the face with a cane while you on a fucking train watching snakes on a plane. I just
so I didn't even want to hit that button, but and for the case of actually wanting to save your music, right? Because that's what I look at it like. I really want to help you guys readjust yourselves in a way that does put you on top, right? Because everybody will say, what the heck is this mumble rap shit? You know what I'm saying? Whenever we can't understand the words that are being said, the only like what we will accept is when it's a different language, because, you know what I'm saying, you can't expect everybody to know when it's French, you know what I'm saying, Spanish, if it's, you know, Chinese, like whatever kind of different lane y'all want to get into. Y'all speaking a different language, there's your excuse. But if you're speaking our language and we still can't understand what you're saying, you know, that's a problem. We want to be able to sing along with you. We want to be able to rap along with you, and we want to be able to say he's sliding that shit, he or she, you know what I'm saying, with depending on if it's when they male or female is on the song. We want to be able to relate to the song. It has to be more than about vibes, right? Because I've talked to many artists in this genre, and often they'll say, I'm just trying to create a little bit of a vibe, and you know, often they just want to put the song on in the background. And, you know, they don't care if they're not crowned the best lyricists, the best MCs, songwriters, performers, and all that. They just want people to vibe out, you know, to, you know, what they, you know what I'm saying, have or whatnot. Bedtime, what are you doing now? Now, Harmony, for real. For real. Don't stop playing, man. So again, I want you guys to push yourselves, harder or whatnot, right? Because often, again, when you go in and you think more about the melodies, more than anything, right? You know what I'm saying? You're doing these melodies, but we don't know what's being said within a lot of it. I caught like maybe one line, and then everything gets, muffled, back in. Sometimes it's how you guys are saying things. Often, I also have been recommending that you guys go to an actual studio, because when you do, you are really able to, like, the engineer will tell you right away if there's something that they can't, understand, and you need to reperform it, or if it's something that they can fix by dropping out the beat in those sections, right? Those things are very important for you guys to, sort of like get to in the right ways and handle, because if you don't, again, your song will come on, but nobody will know what you are, talking about. It'll be a decent vibe, but I've always said I want to be, the artist that if my song comes on the radio, immediately you hear my voice and what I'm saying, and you turn to each other and you go, what is that? And you want to turn it up and listen to the rest of the song, right? You want to experience the song itself, right? But something that's more background music, if it's just a vibe, it comes on, you listen in for a second, and then you just start talking over it, because what the artist is saying doesn't seem as important. If you don't care about what you're saying on the record, the listener's not going to, and it's just going to be more of a vibe. We shouldn't have to even look up the lyrics just to know what you are saying, because not everybody will get that opportunity or whatnot. So I want to help elevate the genre, right? I don't want people to completely stop doing the stuff that they like doing, but I want you to want to be better enough to where, like, again, we can put you on those pedestals, on those Mount Rushmore list eventually as some of the best artists in that genre. But you guys have to want to get there. You are in a niche genre that does have, kind of a lot of people who kind of do these same things, and we run into all the same problems. There's a lot going on with the beat and the production, and certain things need to be dialed back, and it's sort of like a half and half. It really depends on what's up. With CGX, man, you came a little bit too late. I am literally heading off right now, but I may come back in about like an hour or two. You know what I'm saying? So I will be back in a little bit and stuff like that. So get that in there. And I appreciate you. What did you say? Private Patsy said, all the critique, shows. I appreciate your knowledge and honesty in your show. Thank you. We said, I've been messing with BandLab recently. I think my toddler should or could make beats on it. Didn't try AI version, but funny, my boy who sent me a beat on BandLab months ago has almost, identical sample. That's crazy. All right, we will see you guys hopefully in a few hours. Tap back in.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep when I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned.